Good morning, members of council and staff. If you would please feel free to join me in a moment of personal reflection. Okay, thank you. We are currently located on land which has long served as a site of meeting and exchange among the Mississauga peoples and is the traditional and treaty territory of the Mississaugas of Scugog Island First Nation. We honor, recognize, and respect this nation and its Indigenous peoples as the traditional stewards of the lands and waters on which we meet today. Members of council, before we continue with today's agenda, I'd like to remind you of the duty of care that each of you has to the residents of Durham Region as a whole. At our orientation session in November, we heard passionate remarks from our keynote speaker, Dr. J.P. Gideon, about the importance of understanding the difference between local and area municipalities and regional government. Dr. Gideon accordingly noted the challenges that arise when regional businesses are approached solely from a local municipal perspective. Loss of trust between regional council members, a degraded relationship with regional staff, and failure to take ownership of regional issues and respond to them as a team. Dr. Gideon's message was timely as we begin a new term of office, faced with the post-pandemic challenges that we have never encountered before in our time as public servants. Members of council, we must approach the issues that affect our community together. Over the first 2 months of this term, there have been several times where members have advanced local municipal priorities at regional committee and council meetings. We understand why this happens and the difficulty in navigating the complex problems that impact our residents. However, we will not make progress on the issues that affect the region as a whole if we view Durham Region from the perspective of each community in isolation. Under the Municipal Act, it is our fiduciary duty to represent the public and to consider the well-being and interests of all Durham's 700,000 plus residents. During this term of council, we will encounter many challenges that we cannot overcome if we are divided. I hope you will join me in reflecting on the shared commitment we have made to each other and to everyone that calls Durham their home, because regional challenges demand regional solutions. I'd also like to recognize that March 8th is International Women's Day. This day celebrates the contributions and achievements of women. Durham Region is filled with talented, courageous, and hardworking women who bring fresh insights, innovation, ingenuity to their work and to the community. I would like to acknowledge and congratulate the 7 female Durham Region councillors who contribute not just to their local area municipalities, but to the region. I would also like to acknowledge Elaine Baxter-Caher, the Region's Chief Administrative Officer. All of you are trailblazers and role models to women and girls. You have a vital role in local government and support decision-making that is reflective of the priorities and needs of our communities. This year's theme is Embracing Equity. Durham Region is committed to supporting a gender-equal world free of bias, stereotypes, and discrimination, a place where each of us can feel welcome, contribute to, and benefit from our success as a whole. To recognize this day and continue our work in embracing equity, Durham Region's all 8 municipalities and community partners are gathering to celebrate International Women's Day on March 7th at the Chestnut Hill Developments Recreation Complex in Pickering from noon to 4 p.m. For more information and to register, visit durham.ca/IWD. Mr. Clerk, can you do a roll call and explain the rules for today's meeting, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No additional notes with respect to the rules. We will now conduct an electronic roll call.
Okay, thank you. All members are present. Members of council, declarations of pecuniary interest. Mr. Clerk, online. Okay, we are seeing none. Please note that. We will move on. Adoption of minutes. Could I get someone to move 4.1, 4.2, 4.3, and 4.4? Councillor Marin Pietri, seconded by Mayor Barton. On the minutes, all those in favor? In opposition? Hearing none, that carries. We have two presentations this morning. The first presentation is by Zach Cahoon, Chair of the Durham Agriculture Advisory Committee. We refer to it as DAC. And this has been referred to Council from the February 7th, 2023 Planning and Economic Development Committee. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm trying to get all things organized here and get myself set up. My name is Zach Cahoon. I am a farmer in Durham Region. I have been born in the Port Perry area, and I have basically been working dirt since I was born, as my mom would say. We grow grains and oilseeds now, and we have some sheep and some cows. In the past, we've had broilers, which are chickens, beef cows, and hogs. Basically done everything except milk a bunch of cows. Never got into that. My dad grew up on a dairy farm and never really wanted to milk cows ever again after that. We'll get started with a presentation. Today's presentation is about agriculture in Durham Region and what it does for you. I'm going to try and give you some insight. There's a 400 or 385 horsepower tractor right there on the screen. That's my machine in my field. And I just want to make sure that everybody understands that we are trying to showcase the region of Durham here. I'm going to try and get my stuff figured out here. So DAC. DAC provides advice to the region of Durham on agricultural matters and rural matters as they relate to agriculture. Projects and consultations can be presented to DAC at any of their meetings for information and to gather feedback. We like to help you make proper decisions with educated information on agricultural issues. That's what we like to do. We also are very good at providing perspectives from an agricultural standpoint, and we are part of every industry in the region. We either provide the raw materials or we use the services that the other industries provide. DAC is made up of 16 members, 14 members with 14 volunteer members with at least 11 bona fide farmers who are directly involved in the agricultural industry, up to 3 residents who are not directly involved in the agricultural industry, 1 volunteer member representing the Durham Federation of Agriculture, and 1 member of the Regional Planning and Economic Development Committee who acts as a liaison. Each area municipality has an appointed member on the committee, and the rest of the members are at large. The very great thing about the DAC committee is that it is 90% volunteers. 90% volunteers and just enough staff to get the jobs done. Snapshot of Durham agriculture. Agriculture is the top goods producing industry and the main economic driver in Durham. We create the fuel that the economy in Durham region works on. We create the raw materials and we spend the money. Durham is the largest agricultural region in the Greater Toronto Area. We have a wide diversity of agricultural products and ranging from livestock and grains to apples, potatoes, and more. And 98% of the 98% of the farms are family farms. I don't know who the 2% that aren't family farms, but they're probably multiple families that own a farm. That would be my guess. There's 1,200 farms in the region. We farm about 264,518 acres, and the average farm is 220 acres. 24% of the farms sell products directly to the consumer. 18 farms operate as community-supported agricultural businesses. 32 farms sell at farmers markets, and 191 sell directly from their stands at farm stands and pick your owns. The local impact is the local agri-food sector employed 27,105 people through 3,360 local agri-food business establishments. We generated $354 million in farm cash receipts, and grains and oilseeds of floriculture and sod and dairy were the top three agricultural businesses in the region of Durham. Farm cash receipts generated by local farms supported $775 million in gross domestic product and 11,638 employees in the agri-food sector from farm to fork across Ontario. 64.4% generate renewable energy, including solar, bioenergy, and wind power. 31.6% of farm operators are female. I would guess that would probably be more, actually, but I'm surprised the number's that low, because a lot of farms are run by female. The chores are done, and the management is done, and the men typically take care of the dirty work, the farm work, or they work off the farm in different industries. That's my opinion. But I've always been just a farmer. I have never really had a job, never written a resume, never had a cover letter, never done any of that. I've always just been a farmer. 698.1% are small farms with less than $100,000 in revenue. Actually, the Ontario Federation of Agriculture, or Agricorp, defines a farmer if you make $7,000 gross, which isn't very much in today's world in the greater order of things. I think we filled up with diesel fuel, and just one tank was more than that last week. We're trying to capture the lower diesel prices right now, so we're filling our tanks. Interesting chart here. If we look at the total farm cash receipts and the amount of farmers in the business, a couple of highlights. Grains and oilseeds, biggest number of farms, biggest number of cash receipts. Really interesting number. Greenhouse, nursery, and floriculture. Only 74 farms, but $71.85 million in cash receipts. Very interesting. To me, that's a very interesting number, because that's a small population. 6.1% of the total farms and a very large percent of the revenue. As you can see, Durham region has a very large and diverse agricultural industry. We just about touch everything. The hogs end of it is a dying business in the region of Durham. And that is mainly because there is no slaughter capacity in Ontario or Quebec now to slaughter hogs. The last I heard that the hogs on one of the farms in the region of Durham were going to Iowa to be slaughtered, and then the meat was being brought back here into Ontario from that. That is a struggle that agriculture has. We have problems having markets for our raw materials that benefit the whole region, the whole province. And local agriculture is the whole province, not just Durham region. It's the whole province. We're all tied together. Farmers are food pricing. This is a very hot topic. We talk about food pricing and the price in the grocery stores and stuff. Farmers are experiencing tight margins as costs soar. My actual cost to grow crops last year were up 100%. 100% from the year before. The price for the farmer is usually determined on the commodity market, which is a world market. It's priced in Chicago on the World Stock Exchange. And it's based on supply and demand, so they say. Really, it's based on whether it's raining or not in Brazil and Argentina at the moment for grain commodities. Right now, they had a little bit of frost in Brazil, and Argentina wiped out. They're getting ready. They're harvesting soybeans. They're only 30% harvested. They should be close to 50%. And that was, say, on Friday last week. Monday, the numbers turned around and the prices dropped about 3% yesterday, which is a market down, closing down. So I guess in the greater order of things, I sell about 2,500 tons of corn a year. Yesterday, I lost $6 a ton in a market decision because it might have rained or might not have rained or something happened in another country. Dairy, poultry, eggs, these are supply managed products. And it is the rising stars. It is the best thing Ontario agriculture has ever done for itself. It protects a profit margin, not near as good as it used to be. It protects a profit margin, it creates a stable supply, and it works all the way down the line through the supply chain. These industries are good for Ontario agriculture, they're good for Ontario, and they're good for Canada. They make business work. There is not near the return on an investment as, say, when it first began, because costs are extremely high. There's been lots of talk about people dumping milk, this and that. Yes, it does happen. This is how the quota system works. You have a set box to fill. If you overfill that box, it gets dumped. Those are the rules. If you cannot manage your system to make that work, that is a problem with management, not with supply, demand, or use. If we open our borders up to more milk products or more supply management products coming into Canada and Ontario, there will not be a chicken barn north of Georgia because we can't afford to heat them. And they don't need to. They're more working on cooling. Milk production in the States is very, very intensified, and they will volume us out of business. There will be some people that survive. But just saying, if you are talking to people in higher governments about supply management and how it affects us around the world, it benefits all of you sitting here. It benefits your communities, it benefits agriculture, and it benefits everyone in Ontario and Canada. The factors that impact food pricing through inflation, labor shortages, supply chain disruptions, supply management, changes in purchasing patterns, weather and growing regions. We grow crops, grains and oilseeds, and all kinds of crops move around the world all the time. It all depends on, I guess how I can explain it is, even in my little world, I farm from basically Port Perry to the around Sunderland area, and I have weather pattern differences from one end of that 20-kilometer stretch to the other. And the world is like that too. Where it's bad weather someplace or the crops aren't growing well, there's another place that's flourishing. That doesn't have as much impact on food price as the people that manage the movement of that food, the brokers. I can't confirm it. I was told that a load of lettuce coming out of California, hitting the Vancouver or border in Canada, the brokerage fee was $15,000 to get it across the border. First paperwork shuffle. So please do not crucify a primary producer for a supply chain issue. And we get a lot of that, and it really, in agriculture and farmers are the only business in the world that buys all of their raw materials and all their stuff at retail and sells all their products at wholesale. Agricultural businesses are essential. Durham agribusinesses are leaders in providing food for our community and beyond. Beyond just producing food, agriculture brings a diversity of other benefits to our community. We take care of the land base, we manage the crops, we keep noxious weeds at bay, we also include ourselves in a lot of community events. We take care, and there's a lot of ecological goods and services that farmers do and hardly ever get recognized for. Durham's agricultural landscape is quickly evolving to meet the needs of our community. Primary agriculture is growing and harvesting of crops, the raising of livestock for meat and textiles, the greenhouse business, the pick-your-own business, agriculture-related and supportive agribusinesses, food processing, abattoirs, and mills. We're missing abattoirs, really are. We're missing even small abattoirs. Right now, if I was to raise a pig for myself, or I would have to take it to Campbellford to get it slaughtered and made into meat. There is nobody at this present time in the region of Durham or the city of Kawartha Lakes that will slaughter hogs. The grain elevators receiving grain from surrounding farms, you'll see them. They're big silos. They're dotted around. There's Manchester and up on Highway 35 and in Sunderland. They are the cushion box of the grain business in Canada or in the region of Durham. We basically this year is a little bit of an anomaly. The corn harvest was done. 80% of the corn harvest was done in 5 days, and maybe a little bit more. It's probably 7. So, in the greater order of things, all those grain bins got filled in 7 days. And we started storing grain in piles on the ground. The grain elevator guys are happy. Not so happy that they had to store it outside, but they're happy there's big business. A couple of underlying things that have that effect on us. The Ukrainian war, we loaded all that Ukrainian wheat on boats. They put it in the Black Sea and stuck it there. Those boats never got unloaded. Couldn't get unloaded, and so basically the supply chain got crippled. All of Ontario's wheat came off in August. Bumper crop of wheat filled all those bins, and for our great export markets to France and England and some other countries, stopped. Not because we didn't have sales, we didn't have boats to put it on. And then the seaway closed, which it does. And we couldn't, the bins were full. We couldn't move some stuff around. The glut's moving on now, and it will. It's just a supply and demand and marketing issue. The farm equipment repair shops. We have good businesses there. What we need is technicians. We need educated kids that are good at hacking to be able to fix our tractors. They run on GPS, they're computer controlled. I am a mechanic. I can fix just about any nut, bolt, or anything. I struggle with the computers that control. I get emails from my tractor. I've been sitting for a while. We need to look at this. So now I have to park it away from Wi-Fi, so it doesn't talk to me very often. But it is a very needed skill. Technicians that are computer savvy, that want to get into the agricultural business, they're dying for it. Agriculture, mining, road construction, they all run on the same basic simples. Very important. We'd love you to help us move UOIT and Durham College to produce programming and stuff that can help us help ourselves. I had to hire a technician that had to drive 4 hours to my farm from southwestern Ontario for 35 seconds because he was the only guy with a computer control cord to hook into my tractor to fix a problem. Ridiculous. Diversified agriculture. That's the new buzzword. On-farm diversified uses. What's it good for? It's fantastic for the next generation of agricultural people, the kids, because they can't make a living doing what their fathers and their mothers did, but they can, with their education, make a living doing new things, being inventive, thinking outside the box, doing agritourism, doing on-farm events, and using the raw materials that they grow to make products that can be directly sold to consumer. Sargent's Dairy, prime example. We went there the farm tour this last summer in September. Just a rock star show of what they've done and the work that they put into it. And that's all next generation thinking. The price of land in Canada and Ontario is too expensive for succession. It's very, very hard for a young person to start in the agricultural business. I started when I was about 18. I've worked very hard. I have accumulated a mass of land, but I cannot do that now. I cannot really grow that much. The price of debt is hard on the agricultural community. Planning for Durham agriculture, we have the Ontario Planning Act and regulations, the provincial policy statement, the provincial plans, the regional official plans, the municipal official plans, and zoning bylaws. As a farmer, there's 6 layers to that onion already. I have an issue with 6 layers. And we have gone through stories all the time about I can't or I won't, I can't do this because there is too much red tape. And I know this organization here has worked at reducing red tape, and we applaud you for that. It still has to get less. Without less red tape, less businesses will move. We just need to make our world economically easy for a business to set up and do work here. It's good for the region to create jobs and give employment, because we're going to have growth and we're going to have people and they're going to need jobs. Agribusiness in Durham and on-farm diversified uses. So I'm not positive, but I would guarantee you this picture is at Willow Tree Farms. I've combined that field about 20 times in my career before the Jordan Alex made it into the superstar business that it is now. These are huge economic potentials for rural areas and rural tourism. It's critical, like I said, it's critical for the succession of many family farm businesses and the additional revenue stream for the farm. And it balances farmland preservation with supporting business diversity within the family farm. You can help by giving a supportive planning and development policy to support these uses and businesses on farms, and providing and this is also providing the applicant as a bona fide farmer. As I said, as far as a farmer is a person, a bona fide farmer, and I can read you the proper definition right here. Meaning someone who derives their primary source of income from farming and can demonstrate their activities are consistent with the definition of agricultural uses. The Ontario Federation of Agriculture and Agricor, the government defines a farmer that makes $7,000 gross, not net, gross, on an agricultural product. It's not really hard to be a farmer. As far as the law is concerned, it is hard to derive your primary income and make a living in the farming business. And we need your help, because these on-farm diversified uses are success stories to keep farm businesses running. Sunderland Co-op, big farm implement supplier or implement seed feed suppliers in the region of Durham, in Brock and Sunderland. Provides rural employment. Lots of people work here. They have 3 or 4 sites. They deliver fuel. They make feed. They actually make feed in Sunderland. They have grinders and pellet mills and do that stuff. They have a very large elevator and fertilizer plant in Oakwood. Just because it's over the line in the city of Kawartha Lakes, they still do a ton of business in the region of Durham. A lot of business. This is a picture of a grain elevation system. This is Gowan Lee. This is Dave and Dave Smith. Dave and Jim Smith. I'm trying to remember Jim's name. Sorry. Dave and Jim Smith's place. It's on Highway 12, just outside of Blackwater. It's a little bigger now than that picture. They dry corn and soybeans and wheat, and they ship it out to places like Hamilton and Johnstown and the Port of Prescott. And because we can't get our port in Oshawa working properly, we are working on it. And truly, the trip, basically every bit of grain in the region of Durham gets on a truck and goes to Hamilton or farther, Putnam, ethanol plants. I sell probably 90% of my corn to the ethanol plant in Havelock. All good businesses. If we had the port in Oshawa running at full capacity, we could be shipping probably 50% of our grain directly out from this area instead of putting it on a truck for 2.5 to 3 hours. How can you help us? We need some rural servicing. Natural access to natural gas. One of the really big things is rural high-speed internet. High-speed internet and communication is a big part of our business. Our tractor, like I said, my tractor talks to me. It emails me. It downloads the software it needs to work on. We upload and download operations. Internet is a big part of our business, also starting with monitoring. I can tell you, that operation right there, Jim and Dave Smith, runs on 3 diesel generators because they can't get a 3-phase power supply off Ontario Hydro. There is power there, but it is not cost effective. Jim can control that whole elevator system from his iPhone. The whole thing. The generators, the fans, the elevator legs, the pits, everything. He can control from his telephone. And it is quite amazing. Not every place is that high tech. It is very amazing to watch. And he can be out doing other things and still running that system. We also would love to be able to figure out a way to get quicker turnaround on development applications and building permits and planning approvals. Some of these things are taking a long period of time, and farmers are typically impatient entrepreneurs. We don't spend a lot of time planning 3 years in advance. There's a breakfast meeting. Yeah, let's get this stuff done. I almost swore there. Let's get this stuff done. And we appreciate the help you give us, but maybe we can I think we're working on putting a booklet together or something that we can hand to the applicant and say, here's the checklist. This is what you need to do. 1 page or a group of pages. And when you get all those checked, then we can look at it. Not, well, okay, this is all good, but I don't see a report from this one, which wasn't in the original document. We need another consultant to look at it, or another agency. It's frustrating. It is frustrating. So we're also very innovative. Canadian and Ontario agriculture is very innovative. This is actually a picture of the farm that I live on. And that is a yield map of soybeans that I grew, that I was produced by my combine. So the green parts are really good, and the red parts are not so good. And you're going to look at that map and say it's pretty fancy colors, but I'm going to give you some perspective on that. So if you look at the little green spot along the road there, that's Simcoe Street. That's wet. It's tile drained, but it's wetter ground. So the yield in this farm was dependent on the drought tolerance of the variety of soybeans I grew. These were soybeans that we grew for, they're called Identity Reserve. They were direct market to Japan, and they do not like being dry. We look up at the south end, which is the bottom of the screen. That's a very sandy hill, and it is about 55 feet higher than where the house is in elevation. The other things that we can look at this map and figure out is the one square just south of the house there, which is really close to the barns. Historically, that's probably where all the manure got spread. That's why the yields are a bit better. Historically, manure gets spread close to the barn. The innovation that we work with and the innovation that we adopt, and Ontario farmers are very good at adopting innovation. We reduce those on-farm labor requirements and allows our farms to be more environmentally stable. So when I look at a field map like this and I layer it on there, I know where to sample for fertilizer deficiencies. I also understand that maybe I need to put a bit more tile drains in some places, or I got to look at my variety selection and get a variety that is a little more drought tolerant. That's what I get from that picture. We are looking at robots in agriculture business. They're coming. They will plant, they will seed, they will weed. There's actually some interesting little monsters out there that have lasers on them that zap. They can identify the weeds and zap them as they're driving through for high value horticultural crops. We do actually in this area have fertilizing equipment that measures the amount of chlorophyll in a corn plant or a plant and will apply the right amount of fertilizer for that plant. There's actually, I'm pretty sure this little robot was developed in the region of Durham. We take pride and share the information with the community about the innovations of Durham agriculture is adopting. There's drones that we spray with now, all pretty new stuff. And a lot about it is labor saving, but a lot about it is about being able to get at the right time, the right place, and the right amount. And that has better applications for the environment and the soil. And again, this is an ecological goods and service thing that we do, and it still is a business decision. Vertical farming is growing of crops in controlled indoor environment within the urban area. Looking at some stuff this morning, you can actually buy your own container now. It's a 40-foot container, totally fully enclosed vertical farming operation. Comes basically, they drop it off in your driveway, you hook up your hose and your electricity to it, and you are a vertical farmer. You can, it will produce about 2 to 6 tons of greens per year. Pretty interesting for $150,000. It allows some controlled growth of things that do not grow well all season, all year long. It does become winter in Canada and Ontario. We don't have a 24 or a 12-month growing season. You can help by encouraging vertical farming uses in urban and employment areas where servicing is available, and by updating zoning bylaws to permit such things. They actually are relatively self-contained. From the little bit of research I've done to them, they do not use a lot of water. They recycle most of their water. They recycle their own carbon dioxide. Actually, they have to put carbon dioxide generators in some of them to produce enough carbon dioxide to for the plants to grow, and they are very intense. Farm businesses often require supporting infrastructure for business operations like office space, housing for farm workers, equipment repair shops, farm product processing, storage facilities, cold storage equipment and inputs. This all comes back to building permits and how we manage the things we do on our farm. Some farm business is big business, and they require offices and they require staff to do that. And not everybody wants their office staff sitting at their kitchen table all day long. Farm workers, also housing. Sometimes we have to have housing. Off-farm, offshore labor. For a lot of horticultural businesses, they had to go through lots of hurdles to be able to get these buildings built. And for some of them, they just quit doing what they were doing because they couldn't afford the infrastructure to be able to have the offshore labor, so they stopped. That's not good for business. You can recognize the support of industry and the buildings as part of the farm businesses and look at how we can make this work for everyone in the community, and a quicker turnaround on development applications, building permits, and planning approvals. Another big thing in the agricultural world, road maintenance. Keeping roads up to date, keeping the ditches and the trees climbed back. We have big equipment. They are big. Intersections. Some intersections are just too small for moving our equipment around, and we do move around a lot. Kudos to the regions and the townships that are cutting the brush back on the side roads. A mirror on a tractor is about $1,000 with the arm and the fancy stuff, and I hate when they get knocked off, and it does happen because the branches and the trees are growing in, and being able to see. So when you're in your car or even a pickup truck, you're this high off the ground. In a tractor, I'm 13 feet off the ground. And so when I pull up into an intersection and I cut all the branches out underneath the tree so the cars can see, I can't see because all the branches of that tree are in the way. Some sight lines would be good for these guys too when they're looking at it, because it can be very dangerous when you're pulling a machine out that's relatively big and you can't see the traffic that's coming on. Why I would like you to come and talk to us at DAC, to gather an agricultural perspective on new projects, strategies, and more, to ensure regional decisions consider the impacts of Durham's agricultural businesses and liaise between the region and Durham and agricultural businesses, and to increase the awareness in the agricultural community about regional initiatives. DAC is full of very passionate members, and they represent almost every industry in the region, and they enjoy helping you. They are not afraid to speak their minds, and they just are here to help. They want to make sure that their business is run, and they want to make sure that you people understand how their business is run, and so that all of us can get along and can make it work. DAC provides feedback on regional and local strategies or plans, the Growing Agri-Food Durham 5-year Agriculture Economic Development Plan. We talk about planning matters, surplus farm dwelling severances, new policy directions, official plan amendments. We talk about roundabouts, intersections, ditches, road work, signage. We talk about signage. That's a big deal. For on-farm diversified uses, getting signs in the right place at the right time, being able to put these signs up without 4 months of back and forth with a planning department or a bylaw because the sign is in the wrong place. Again, is it too hard to build a protocol that says, if you want to put a sign on your farm or to do something, here's what the rules are. This is what we need. This is what would you like to do? We can make that work. The annual DAC Farm Tour is the highlight of one of the things DAC does. We pick a farm in the region. We invite all of you there. We talk about agriculture-related issues. We showcase a farm. This year, we're going to be going to some local guys in the greater Blackstock area, the GBA as they like to call it. Luke and Jenny Carnigan are big supporters of Trillium Lamb. They have a brand new lamb barn where they raise lambs, they breed ewes, they have a fully integrated business. They also are part of a marketing group that supplies lamb to a slaughterhouse in, I think it's Newmarket, and they guarantee, or they all work together with numerous farmers in the neighborhood to produce a steady supply of lamb for a slaughterhouse and a business. So it's a great success story. The other place we're going to go to is Scott and Nicole Swain's place, which is right next door at Swain Beef. They are a beef feedlot industry. They raise beef. They do not have cows. They take stockers, which are calves, and they feed them up to market weight. And they're going to be demonstrating what they do and how they do it. And it should be a really good day. Again, Durham is supporting Agri-Food with a 5-year Agricultural Economic Development Action Plan. DAC had lots of say in this, supporting growth in Durham's agri-food businesses and community. DAC provides feedback throughout the development of this plan, and it was endorsed by the Durham Region Council, and actions are being completed at the Invest Durham Ag and Rural team. Contact the Ag and Rural Economic Development team to learn about agriculture in your community and the projects which they currently have in the way. Doing a fantastic job. This is a picture of the Oshawa Port and the greater issues that we're having with that. And I think we're getting it worked out and making it a facility that will serve agriculture in Durham region. Great. Agriculture matters to me. We are the top goods producing industry in the Durham. We're the leading economic driver and regional employer. We produce food and raw materials and energy and everything that you use on a daily basis. We provide local value chain stability, and 80% of the region is within the green belt. The DAC tour this year is 1 week later. It's on September the 21st. Please mark it on your calendars. I expect or love to see you all there. It is a great day. We host a really good lunch. We have some interesting speakers, and we do highlight agriculture. And the farmers love to see you. They want to interact and educate and show you what they do. They're proud of what they do. You can stay connected with us, listen in on the meetings, come to a meeting, sign up for the Ag and Rural newsletter, and that's delivered by Ag and Rural Economic Development here in the region. Follow Durham Ag and Rural on Twitter, and the OFA, which is the Ontario Federation of Agriculture, a municipal guide for agriculture. I gave you some handouts, or we got some handouts. The Real Dirt on Farming, excellent little resource. Tells you all kinds of little good things. And very interesting. You can contact members of the DAC committee, or if you want to talk to us, my phone is always on. Not necessarily I'm going to answer it all the time, but I am busy. I will take the time to talk to you. DAC at Durham.ca and agriculture at Durham.ca. Thank you very much. I know this is a little bit longer presentation than I'm used to. I really appreciate having your ear, and Durham Agriculture appreciates having your ear as well. And we work really hard to work with you. We are a good business, and we're a big business in Durham region, and we all want to be successful together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Zach. We have a number of speakers in the speakers box. First speaker is Councillor Jubb. It's on? No? Your microphone's on. Just pull it down. Push your request to speak again.
It wasn't on. It was an accident.
Oh, you don't wish. Okay, thank you. Next would be Mayor Carter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm going to be very quick because we've got a really busy day. Zach, good to see you again. Thank you. I'd like to try and get an offline meeting with you in regards to the Port of Oshawa and find out what the issues are so that we have a better understanding. I know we've got a secondary grain facility that I think is going to be built there, and I think that they're looking at infrastructure improvements, hopefully to be able to support the
Yeah,
agriculture.
there's lots of things moving forward with that. Yeah,
Good. So,
there's some investment.
Yep.
And there's an operator problem right now.
All right, so I'd like to take that offline and get better information. Zach, I want to just, you made a statement in regards to how the dairy industry works in Ontario or in Canada, that there is limits in regards to making sure that that control of inventory then stabilizes and keeps the price where it makes sense. My fast math on your handout, you got 220 acres as the average farm size. Almost 70% of those that are in the agricultural industry make less than $100,000, which works into about $455 an acre. So it doesn't sound like it's not very profitable. My question being is, are the same type of rules and regulations in regards to all other aspects of farming similar to the dairy industry? So grains, soys, all that. Is there limits on it so that it guarantees a higher price or control on price?
Not at all.
So why? If it works for dairy, why not for grain and others?
Sorry. That's a loaded question. The best way to explain it is that when supply management was being implemented and invented in Canada and Ontario, some groups embraced it. The dairy industry,
Yeah.
the poultry industry, the egg industry, and some did not. And so they opted out. They didn't choose to do that. The other interesting thing is that dairy products are relatively short on shelf space and time. Like it's a eat as you or grow as you need it business.
Right.
I can store grain for years.
Right.
Eggs, basically in the store, an egg is 3 weeks old, 2 weeks to 3 weeks old. At a local like White Feather, they'd be a couple of days old.
Yeah.
They needed a way to control the supply for the whole province, and supply management works that way.
So is that something that your industry has to have a conversation about, a spirited conversation about looking at control of inventory, so therefore it'll justify pricing? And I mean, you've shown some demonstrations today of new technologies that are going to be astronomical investments. Somewhere along the line, the business model, based upon what I'm seeing right now, I mean, the business model isn't working. So
Dairy farmers in Ontario are going broke right now.
dairy farmers are,
Dairy farmers,
even with guaranteed
production, yeah, their cost of productions have gone up so much, and their debt load, and some of this is self-inflicted debt load.
Okay.
Okay, it is. I can't
Okay.
speak for all of them. There are some very successful dairies out there, very successful, and they're big, and they've embraced technology, and they control their costs, and they're business people, and they do a great job. There are some dairy farms that are struggling,
Okay.
even with supply management,
Okay.
and it's like no other thing. But if we remove supply management from the Canadian economy, there won't be many left.
Okay. I appreciate your delegation. And like I say, Mr. Chair, I know we've got a busy day, so I want to be very brief in my comments and questions. I look forward to our conversation offline.
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Councillor Brennan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And Zach, thank you for your presentation. Very informative. I've got 3 quick points I wanted to run by you. If you could provide some clarification and some of your wisdom and insight. You referenced in one of your slides the local strategies. I think it was local strategies and plans. when you're talking about local strategies and plans, are you referring to your relationship with the lower tier municipalities?
Yeah, I think that's most of it. Like lower tier in agriculture, in the business, I don't work in one municipality. I work in three, actually. Three municipalities. I mean, my little farm works in three. But the strategies are, and I think I'm right in talking about how farmers deal with the municipal issues and bylaws and planning issues. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah. And one of the frustrations in agriculture with farmers is because we have to deal with so many different municipalities and the rules are all different. A great explanation is the fire and burn permits across the region. Every municipality has a little different rule. DAC actually went to the fire chief's meeting. They were a little scared when we walked in. They were a little shocked that someone would ask them to get together. They all sat there and they looked at me like deer in the headlights, like, what's this guy asking for? I just asked them to make everything parallel, make it all the same across the whole region, to help us, so that we don't have different rules. Like the town of Whitby has a little bit different rules than the town of Oshawa. The township of Scugog has a little bit different rules than the township of Brock. I farm in the city of Kawartha Lakes. They have a whole different set of rules for stuff. Some stuff's easier, some stuff's not.
So you see it as critical to ensure that the lines of communication with all the lower tier
Communication and
critical.
education is the best thing that we can do for all businesses, especially agriculture. Being able to, if a person comes in and says, listen, I'm a farmer and I have this farm business and I live at this location and I want to be able to do this with my farm. And the staff and the council here is going to say, okay, yeah, we have a plan for that type of situation, and we can modify that plan to suit your situation, and this is the checklist of what you need to do to get it done. That would be fantastic.
Sounds great.
Yeah.
And final, Mr. Chairman, through you to the delegation. You had one of your slides talked about vertical farming.
Yep.
And I'm pleased that you did have that in one of your slides. What do you see as striking the balance between vertical farming and what was traditional farming in terms of when decisions are being made by municipalities? And
so, very interesting. Traditional farming takes a land base. We use soil and dirt, and we're dependent on the weather and the sunlight. Vertical farming grows typically high value crops. Lettuce, right now, lettuce, greens, microgreens. Hydroponically, I just really started researching this morning because I was watching YouTube last night, and I saw this neat little thing on this vertical farming container that you can buy. And it was a self-contained, fully set up system. And it was pretty neat. And actually, Kirsten told me that there's one in Pushlinch that's already up and running. I'd really like to go and have a goggle at this and have a look at it and see. So, where does vertical farming work? Vertical farming probably can work in industrial areas where warehouses and stuff like that are not being utilized to their full potential. These are buildings typically with services and power and space. And maybe that's a fit for that type of industry. And these products are not dependent on weather so much, but they are dependent on water and energy. I really haven't done the math to say if it's an energy efficient system yet.
But I guess it would be fair to say vertical farming is not a replacement for
Vertical
traditional
farming, well,
agricultural farming.
corn, soybeans, or wheat, we grow that in this part of the world. We grow some hay for cows and some oats and some barley, but basically we grow corn, soybeans, and wheat. And they are the energy and food superstars of the agriculture business. Everything you touch, everything you eat has a bit of corn in it, a bit of soybean in it, and a bit of wheat. Everything. And you cannot grow that in a vertical environment. Cannot. It needs land and weather. Two things I know for certain. Number one, if ice sank, there'd be nothing alive on Earth. The other thing is, if it weren't for 6 inches of topsoil and the fact that it rains, there'd be nothing. There'd be no farmers, no growers. And agriculture and farmers do a really good job of managing that 6 inches and feeding all of us.
Thank you, well said, and thank you so much for today's presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Zach. That was a very enthusiastic presentation. No one could fall asleep during that. I'm going to be brief as I can. The part that and farm diversified use, that's something that I am very big supporter of. What do you say to the public or to certain members of the community that's saying, okay, it's going to bring too much traffic, it's going to create too much noise, etc.? Maybe it's NIMBYism. What do you say to them to counteract that?
So with every business and every industry, we're going to have people that are not supportive of the industry because it's not in my backyard. And there's no way to please everyone. Not at all. And I know this, I've tried. We can't please everyone. What do I say? On-farm diversified uses are usually, so far, not huge. I don't see them as being huge businesses. So there is some significant issues. The Slabtown Cidery in Uxbridge, crazy busy. Never been there myself, but I've talked to some people that had to wait in line to get in and they have security. That's a success story. But are there management ways that we can fix that, solve that problem too? I don't know. It is one of the drawbacks of farm diversified use, having it in a rural area and creating traffic. I don't know, one of the best TV shows or shows you can watch is Jeremy Clarkson's Farm. I don't know if you've ever watched that yet. The last series is a great explanation of the struggles in another country with the same problems we have here. And this is a guy that's notoriously famous for other media outlets that decides he's going to farm his own land. And he is not a farmer. And he understands business. And he wants to have on-farm diversified uses. So he wanted a store. So he built a store. Then the council wouldn't give them permits for a parking lot, so they're all stuck on the road. And it's a never-ending classic example of how planning can affect a business, either benefit or harm. Well worth the watch. Well worth it. It is very interesting and very comical. Probably some of the jokes are so farm related that maybe some of the people here wouldn't get them, but I do laugh at a guy that basically was a driver of a car that can't back up, and a professional car driver that can't go backwards, and a guy that's decided to start farming at 50 years of age. Super fantastic and well worth the time. I'm sorry I can't give you a direct answer how to fix that problem.
Yeah, there are many other points I want to make, but in the interest of time, I'm going to reach out to you.
Sure.
So one of the questions, it's limited to 2% currently. You think that should be increased for diversified use on farms?
Not every farm is going to embrace on-farm diversified uses. Not every farm is going to be that way. This is you're talking about the 2% of the,
Yeah.
I can't see that being a valuable or valid definition. So if you're going to look at gross numbers, maybe, but I really can't see. I don't want to see a definition that puts a restriction on a business as a percentage of the business. I don't see that as a valuable business. I don't see that as being beneficial to any business.
Yeah, I agree with you. And as far as high speed internet goes, it's on the radar. We're all working.
I know.
So
I know you're building a trunk line. I talked to John about it. It's
Yeah.
fantastic. Let's get the ISPs out there. Let's
Yeah.
get it working. Yeah.
It's coming because you know what, I think it's vital for our community and for all communities to have access.
For sure it is.
And if that's one thing we learned from the pandemic, it's the need for that. So
Yep.
rest assured. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Roy.
I pressed the button.
Oh, there you go.
I pressed the button. I want to first start out by making a statement to you. You are not just a farmer. Because you said that at the beginning, you said you were just a farmer. And last week I was at Durham College and I was introduced to the manager of the restaurant, and the delivery of the produce was also, and the fellow introduced me, says, I'm just the farmer. I grew up in southwestern Ontario. I grew up detasseling, picking tomatoes. My first vehicle was 3 in a tree.
Yeah.
So you're not just a farmer. But one of the concerns of having grown up in southwestern Ontario, and my primary jobs in the summer were working on farms, is next generation.
Yeah.
I know that my generation, a lot of my friends did not carry on with their family farms. What's your concern about the future for the next generation after you?
To be frank, some of the biggest problems with next generation of succession is greed.
It's for anything.
Yeah. So, the cost of land is appreciated so much that the matriarchs and patriarchs of the farm, when they want to go and transfer that business over to the next generation, some of them are too greedy and they want to be cashed out, and they put the next generation at a financial burden that they can't dig themselves out of. And that's a problem. And I've seen this. I've also seen guys that will take a farm and hire a farm worker to run the farm with them and then give it to them as a mentorship, and they take a monthly allowance to live off that farm, and that's succession. And that's not even a blood related succession. This is a guy that has a farm that wants to keep it going, and he found a way to do it by helping someone else that had the passion to do it. Succession, and I've had this discussion with a lot of politicians. If agriculture is profitable, there is no problem with succession. The problem we have is that it's not as profitable as it used to be, and the lifestyle is hard for the new generation. A 7-day-a-week job is not necessarily what anybody wants anymore, and especially the new generation of people. There is some kids out there that work really hard and are really passionate about it and will carry on, and there always will be in our generation some people that will push forward. But it's not, I think, the same as when I was young, starting out farming, and or my parents before that. A little different situation. I had my father was actually a doctor and a surgeon, and he grew up in a dairy farm and a market garden farm in around the Credit Valley in Limehouse and Acton. Still own that farm to this day. My sister lives on it. Still runs a farmer's market on it. But he was the youngest child, and his mother wanted him to go to medical school. So he went to medical school. He was paid to come to Port Perry, and he built the medical center and did a huge pile of community work, and he always farmed. We always had a farm. We lived in town at his office in a house till he was 5, until he had the house built. When I was 5, and we moved out to the farm that my mom still lives on now. So here's a guy that was a physician, a surgeon, and a business guy that worked all day, 24 hours a day. He was on call at that time, and he farmed the other 23 hours of the day. And I know it doesn't add up. I can remember being 8 years old or 9 years old and getting home from school and going combining a load of corn, and so that when he got home from work, we could put it through the dryer. Yeah, that's how his business world worked. And he did lots of things for the community, and that's where I learned to do lots of things for the community. I also I was given the opportunity through him to grow a business. He did kick me out for a while. I had to go learn how to do something else. He said, you have to learn to be hungry before you can learn to be in business.
Thank you very much.
As your succession problem goes, that's hard. But in my opinion, there's a lot of greed that goes on in the business, and that's one of the major problems with succession.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Neal.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. No, I just want to mention that Doug Moffat, former mayor of Scugog, is here, and also Mr. Guthrie from that committee. And I just wanted to mention also that Ron Weary has passed away, as you probably know, one of the major farmers in my area of Oshawa.
Oh, did he?
Yes, and I think the chair knows the family as well. So having said that, I just had to mention his name because as soon as farming crops up in any area of Oshawa, they've been there for a long time. Anyways, in regards to the biggest topic now circulating in the media is the prices of food in the grocery stores. What's your brief opinion on that in regards to, because you're hearing it too?
Yeah, the prices of food in the grocery stores, for sure, is an issue. Does the farmer get that money? Not really. There was a thing, I think it was on Twitter. Agriculture producer Ontario that sells a ton of wheat gets 17 cents per loaf of bread on 260,000 loaves of bread from 1 ton of wheat. The average farmer gets 17 cents for that production. Where's the money go? The next thing to put that in perspective, we're looking at some people saying that the large grocery store chains are making lots of money. If you analyze their return on investment, 3.6%, 6.2%. There's some guys that wouldn't go to business for that. So where really is the money going through? Is it in the processing? Is it in the brokerage? The transportation? The marketing? The supply chain? Like I said, there's people to get a load of lettuce across the border was an exorbitant amount of money. It was almost more than the load of lettuce was worth, just for the paperwork. And we talk about the price of food and who's getting that lion's share. I think there's a lot of steps that everybody takes their piece out of, and I'm the bottom of the pile being a farmer. I am the bottom of that pile. Like I said, I sell all my stuff wholesale. I buy all my materials retail. Only industry in the world that does that. Only industry. As far as food prices go, inflation is not helping that. It's not at all. There's no real easy solution for that problem either. But by supporting community agriculture, actually, and maybe we can reduce some costs with some vertical farming businesses and being able to do that with being able to grow things that not typically grow in Ontario. Like I said, corn, soybeans, and wheat are the powerhouses of the grains and oilseeds market, and they're the part of the energy in Ontario. They feed the cows, they feed the pigs, they feed the chickens, they create ethanol. The ethanol creates carbon dioxide, dry distillers grains, which is a protein source that humans, people eat as well as animals. There is basically no waste in those agricultural products. Every part is used. Every part. What we have problems with is transportation. Everything we grow is 2 hours away from here. This marketplace. Everything. At least 2 hours. I truck my own grain to Havelock. It's 3 hour, well, basically a 4 hour and 15-minute trip from Port Perry, well, Seagrave, to Havelock and return trip. I really enjoy that trip. It is nice. We have to go through Peterborough, but you know what? The traffic's relatively light. It's a really nice drive for me. Now, I do it 3 times a week sometimes. So it's kind of a little bit boring. I'm not a professional truck driver, but it is something that I like to do, and it supports the whole industry. You look at all the trucks and all the truck stops and all the people that make those that business work. So, to get back to your question, where's the money going? I don't know. I know what part I get, and I know that I try to save costs all the way up the chain so that I have more income at the end of the day, or more money saved. A really good farmer that I learned a lot from, he says, Zach, he says, it's not the money you make. No. He says, it's the money you put in your pocket and save. He says, learn how to do that. And then you'll be successful.
So, members council, all questions are important. I just want to remind you the length of today's agenda. So I'll go to the next speaker, and that would be Councillor Yamada.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Calhoun, for coming in and speaking and presenting today. You know, when you spoke about the key factors influencing food prices, and that's, I think, really important to people all across the region and across Canada today. You spoke about what municipalities sort of can do in terms of zoning and land use,
Yep.
the rural servicing. But what can other governments, federal government, provincial governments really do to drive down the price of food? Because when I hear you speak about hogs being shipped down to the States to be slaughtered,
We
and
might
then
not have
brought
time for this one, but I understand what you're saying.
because I do the food shopping in my family. My wife sends me out with a list every week. I go to Superstore. I do my price matching. I've seen the price of milk go up $2 a bag. I've seen the price of eggs go up. I've seen the price of meat go up. And it's affecting families here in the region and affecting pocketbooks.
Here you go. Carbon tax. That's a direct tax against primary production in agriculture. We spend a lot of money on carbon tax, and we have to recoup that. That goes through the whole price change. And every part of the industry gets charged carbon tax on top of carbon tax. We get charged carbon tax on the fuel we burn. We get, the trucks get, so we burn the fuel, put the crop in, then the truck picks up the fuel. It gets paid carbon tax on that. There is a bill at the House of Commons now to remove the carbon tax from agricultural businesses for heating and agricultural products. C234? It's called C234. Senator Rob Black introduced it. If you have the chance to voice your support, very much appreciated. It is good for Canadian businesses. It is good for you, because if we remove that tax, that's less money that has to be upcharged to you at the grocery store.
It really is a tax on everything.
It's a tax on a tax on a tax.
Yeah. And, you know, you do hear it from seniors, you hear it from
Councillor,
families.
I'm going to have to move this along. It's questions.
Yeah.
Thank you. And I would like to speak with you, and maybe we can set up a meeting offline. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, next on the speakers list is not in his chair, so we'll go to Councillor Pickles.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Zach, for your presentation. I've heard a few of them now. They're very enthusiastic and very practical, and appreciate hearing things about sightlines on combines that I never thought of. So,
Yeah, I have a tree that's in my way almost every day. I'd love to cut it down.
drive over it. And all your talk of farm fresh eggs is making me hungry. So, question, that bill, so you would look forward to or appreciate support from this council on that bill
For
going
sure.
forward?
It is going. It's going through the legislature. I think it's going through the register. Bill C 222, 234. It's going through this week.
Okay.
It will remove the carbon tax from agricultural businesses.
Well, I appreciate you bringing that up. And just a note to staff, that's something that I would like to raise at the next planning and development meeting to look for a motion to support in that. The question I had is you gave us a good overview of a lot of the farms and farming here in Durham region. I wonder, the federal lands in Pickering,
Please.
do you deal with the farmers and the farms on the federal lands in Pickering? And is it the same, excuse me, is it the same situation or is it a different situation?
So it's a different situation now. All I hear is that it is better. So the agricultural preserve and the agricultural lands in Pickering now have longer leases and not a year-to-year thing. So those farmers can do improvements to that land. They're going to be cleaning things up. They are in the business of growing crops for profit and being able to have longer leases with controlled costs makes sure that they can do improvements, and it's going to benefit the whole situation. I do not run land in that area. I do know people that do, and the comments that I hear without asking direct questions are it is much easier for them to deal with the situation and the business that it is now.
But they're not family farms, but they're family farmers?
Oh, they're family farms.
Okay.
All farms are family farms. Like
Okay. Even on the federal lands?
even on the federal lands, they rent that land.
They rent the land. Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I
So
was...
there's farmers around there. Do you rent farms? No. There's lots of farmers that rent land, and there's lots of farmers in Durham region that drive all the way from northern Durham region that drive to Pickering to farm.
Okay. Thank you. You know, Mr. Chair, you want to move it along. So I may follow up with you, Zach. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wu. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you through the chair, and thank you very much, Zach. You're just getting wound up.
Yeah. Well, I'm not really wound up yet.
Well, this may. Now, one of your slides spoke about local government has an opportunity to balance farmland preservation while also allowing progressive agricultural businesses to operate in our communities. And I would say in Clarington, just as you mentioned about the DAC, we have the Agriculture Advisory Committee of Clarington, who is a great resource to us on council.
Yep.
The one thing, and again, being along the lake shore,
Councillor.
yeah, my question, we have some of the best farmland, grade A farmland, which I think Senator Black is looking into, grading the soil. But the problem, I guess, is that we have the value in the land is so high for housing And with the, no, it'll come up later in discussion. The land in itself, we have enough land to build within our urban boundary. The government of the day has, I guess, expanded that so that, and I think it happened in Hamilton where they've expanded it into prime agricultural land. How do you, as a federation or agricultural industry, speak to the government about paving over our, let's say, precious farmland? Because once it's paved, it's gone.
Like I said, if it wasn't for 6 inches of topsoil and the fact that it rains, there would be no farms in the world. If we are looking at taking prime agricultural land out of production, we're not winning anything. We are taking a resource and destroying it.
Zach,
I agree.
can you move over towards your microphone? Thank you.
I agree that we need to do as much as we can to preserve prime agricultural farmland. We also need to know that the places are going to grow and population is going to get bigger. So good planning is imperative to making these communities grow. But taking out some of the best farmland in Ontario along that lake, the Brooklyn Corridor, some of the best farmland in Ontario is right there under houses now. They are business decisions. They are decisions that not all of us can control. But by making agriculture profitable, some of these decisions are easier to make. And it really comes down to that. Agriculture, if farmers are making money and are profitable and are successful, it will be perpetual, that business.
Just a follow up to that, when we had a presentation from our agriculture advisory to our council, I think there was a staggering figure of 300 some odd farms are being lost every day.
Yeah, I know that I know that farmers are condensing. There's less farmers, but bigger farms. Consolidation. Yeah. Like we had 100 acres the first off. I now farm close to 1,700, and I do that with basically my brother and I and my immediate family. We don't hire any extra labor. That's relatively easy to do. Actually, we can do extra jobs with that amount of land.
And you encouraged members of council to attend the 15th annual DAC Farm Tour.
I think it's the 20th, actually.
21st.
It's on the
September.
21st of September, but it's the 20th year that we've hosted the farm tour.
Okay.
Yeah. I do encourage you to come. Great learning experience and good lunch.
Well, the other one, if you want to meet farmers and be very proud, it's a celebration of Durham Farm Connections. Thank you.
Very good.
Okay, thank you, Councillor McDougall. Questions, please.
Thank you for your presentation, Zach. Only one quick question. In terms of, you gave a previous presentation, you talked about the increase of costs in fertilizer and in fuel. Just can you briefly touch on that quickly? Thank you.
Yeah, so fertilizer increased 100%, some of it 150%. Some of it due to the economic or the political world. Some of it due to the inability to import fertilizer from traditional importation services. Canada imposed a tariff on fertilizer imported from Russia. We're the only G7 country that did that. The money was supposed to, the the Ontario Federation of Agriculture and many municipalities have asked the federal government to return the money. Grain farmers in Ontario have all been in big lobbies. Basically, they said no, we're not going to return that money. But we did, the federal government statement was we did increase the interest-free loan threshold from $100,000 to $250,000. So basically the federal government stole money from Canadian farmers, raised the cost of production, raised the price of fuel and fertilizer, and then allowed us to get farther in debt. Not real good business model. The price of fuel is very expensive. It always interests me that Canada is a nation full of natural resources. We have our own fertilizer plants. We have our own potash mine, which rivals the size of Russia's. We have our own natural gas supplies, and we can make nitrogen, but we don't. They haven't started yet. And I don't know what the business model is, why we don't, and why we aren't self-sufficient that way. In my world of farming, I try to be as self-sufficient as possible. And I don't understand the political reasons for it or the economic reasons. The federal government is threatening to have a nitrogen reduction of 30%. It's not actually a reduction in fertilizer. It is a reduction in the emissions to create fertilizer. It's a bit of a tongue twister, and it's very complicated to follow. So they knew, or the question is, what is a reduction of 30% for the emissions of creating fertilizer? Is that the transportation? Is that the actual making of the fertilizer? Because we do use natural gas to make fertilizer, a lot of it. And is it the energy that we produce? Is it the greenhouse or the carbon dioxide that's produced from that process? I can't answer that question. I don't know. Is it affecting us? Yes, it is, Ian. The price of fuel is a major cost. Interestingly enough, I burn my tractors and my equipment is so efficient now that we are burning almost the same amount of fuel, or less. We're actually burning less fuel per acre of crop grown now than we did 20 years ago or 30 years ago. We're that much more efficient. The tractors are more efficient. The equipment's more efficient, and with GPS and auto steer and bigger equipment and more consolidation, that's all cost saving, and that's good for business. It's still a big business. That tractor we saw on the picture there, it holds 400 gallons of fuel, and it will run for a day and a half, sometimes 2 days, depending on what we're doing with it, on 400 gallons of fuel, right? So there's 4.5 liters in a gallon, an imperial gallon, almost $2,500 to fill it up.
Through you, Mr. Chair, thank you very much. I just wanted to reflect on that. All those cost increases are reflected on our grocery stores when we see our food. The only other thing I wanted to mention was I did hear some grumbling from the mayor of Pickering in front of me that you didn't have any orange tractors in your slideshow.
Yeah,
thank you.
Sorry. I don't have an orange tractor. I do have, what do we have, like 2 Kubota lawnmowers? 2 Kubota lawnmowers and a skid steer. I do have some orange ones, but not in the slideshow. Sorry.
So on your primary tractor, Zach, that you showed the picture, could you tell members of council what the cost of that tractor was based on the horsepower, please?
The cost? So, that tractor is a 2008 model year. It when it was new, brand new, it would have been about $370,000, $380,000, about $1,000 a horsepower to buy that tractor. Right now, if you can find one, which is the problem, to buy a new tractor, to actually find one, it is probably close to $15,000 to $16,000 of horsepower to buy that. So I have a 200 horsepower tractor that we use for pulling planters. I bought it last year. It was $360,000. I wanted a little bit more horsepower. And so that tractor had 400 hours on. That's what we put on in the season. I went to trade it. So theoretically, it was brand new. 400 hours on it, still 5 years of warranty, a whole bunch of stuff. And the replacement to put 50 horsepower on it was going to be over 500,000. And if you can find one, they cannot. They're not available for computer chip reasons or engine problems, or they're just new tractors are not really in that high horsepower range, are not that available.
So we have two more speakers in the speaker box. Next speaker is Councillor Shahid.
Thank you. Through you, Chair Henry. Zach, really appreciate you coming out today. I always enjoy your presentation. My question is on vertical farming. Now, vertical farming, I've read a little bit, and you have just mentioned that it can only happen in industrial area or empty industrial area. To my very little understanding, it could happen anywhere.
It could happen anywhere. This the interesting thing is they're building these sea containers with the whole system, so you could put it anywhere. But we're looking at infrastructure and buildings and being efficient and reusing facilities that aren't being used. Why wouldn't we put them in places like that have services?
Thank you. Through you, Chair Henry. It is more of an urban way of farming.
Yes. I don't know if it's going to be that urban. It could be. You could theoretically have a warehouse with employees that. And so I don't really classify a farmer as a person that just drives a tractor or works dirt or raises animals. I think a farmer is a person that produces food or resources from the soil, the sun, or the earth. And vertical farming is just another way of doing that. So if we can do it inside a building and control the environment, why not? We grow chickens that way. Our chicken barns are computer controlled. They are heated and cooled, and they're run on computers. And the environment is very well. It is maximized for the efficiency and the well-being and the health of those animals.
Thank you so much, Zach. Really appreciate it. It is an industry, so you're an industrialist. There you go.
Oh, we could be labeling as a lot of things. Yep.
Today we can. Thank you.
So the last speaker is our last member of council is Councillor Kerr. Councillor Kerr is online.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you to Zach. Zach, it's always a pleasure to hear you present. Lots of questions today, but not this one. So I spent over 30 years in the community college system. I know how innovative and adaptive and changeable they can be with their programming. To your knowledge, are there any programs, and more specifically, is there a program at Durham College in farm tech? Because I was greatly focused in on what you said about the future of farming and the computer-driven machines. And there really aren't any people locally who can fix it. The nearest one was a 4-hour drive away. Are you aware of any program developing at Durham College to satisfy that niche in the employment market?
I'm not aware of that as we speak. I know I have been contacted to talk about these type of programs and the need, and I've expressed to people at UOIT and Durham College about the need for an agricultural technician program. I think Ridgetown College might have one now. I can't guarantee that. I don't know. It is, if we talk to any farm dealership in the region or in the neighborhood, they are dying for technicians. It is a marketplace and an employment opportunity for people to get into. And I think it's quite lucrative right at the moment.
Okay. So what I did while you were speaking was I sent an email to my friend and former colleague, President Don Levisa at Durham College.
Yep.
And asked him about this. So if they don't have it and they'd be willing to chat with you, would you be willing to
no problem
connect you with the college?
Yep. Yeah, I've talked to Don
Okay.
LaVista a few times over the years. Thank you.
Great guys, very entrepreneurial, very developmental for the college. Great guy, great president. Mr. Chair, thank you. That's my only area of questioning, and all the best, Zach.
Thank you.
So, Zach, on behalf of council, I want to thank you for the work that you and DAC do to support one of our very large industries. Just the last question from me to you is, how can we as a council lend our voice to the farmers of Durham Region?
So the best way for you to be champions of agriculture is to ask DAC for advice and opinions. We're not always right, but we do have opinions on agricultural matters. And the other thing is, when you are talking to the next tiers up, and the provincial side and the federal side, please endorse agriculture and please be champions for the business. There's lots of business we do in-house that is fantastic, and we're very supportive. And DAC is a great organization, and it was created by the region and the politics to do that, to be able to take advice from us. But we're not lobbyists. We are there to give advice and opinions, and we are passionate about that. What you can do for us, though, is to make sure that message gets pushed up to the next levels. And that's where, in my opinion, we get the greatest traction. So when you talk to your next levels up in your counterparts in higher governments, and you say, listen, I was talking to a farmer, and he was saying he's having problems with the carbon tax, and we support this. That message gets moved up through, and that's a real channel and a real roadway that we appreciate. I want to thank all of you for listening to my long-winded and discussion today, and I hope that you've learned some things. And I am always available to discuss farming issues. And please sit in an DAC meeting if you'd like. They're always welcome, and I think they're streamed online. They can be fun and interesting, and quite good that way. And like I said, this is a group of very passionate, very professional farmers from the region that supports all parts of the agricultural business, not just one. The whole profile is supported at DAC, and we support you. But if you want help, we're there to help. But our message, and all we ask is our message to move farther up the chain.
Okay. So on behalf of council, thank you for today, and your unique way of presenting is always appreciated. So thank you, Zach.
No problems. Thank you very much.
So members of council, the next presentation is recognition of the 2023 Ontario Parasport Games. And I want to extend my heartfelt congratulations and appreciation to everyone who came together to deliver an outstanding Ontario Parasport Games last month. The generosity of time, capabilities, and sponsorship contributions from within the community supported our vision for making these games the best yet. I'd like to thank my colleagues on regional council and elected officials in each municipality for their support. The games were planned and delivered by a games organizing committee comprising of regional staff, Ministry of Tourism, cultural and support representatives, and dedicated community volunteers. The games were supported by staff from Planning and Economic Development, Corporate Communications Office, Durham Region Transit, Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, Durham Region Police Service, Works, Finance, and Corporate Services. You all ensured that unique individual needs of the athletes and their families were cared for. Food, accommodations, transportation, medical support, and more. You went above and beyond to deliver a memorable experience. During this monumentous weekend, athletes competed in 11 parasport games in front of thousands of fans, 4 demonstration sports were showcased. To quote the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and Sport, no community leverages the opportunity of hosting the Ontario Games like Durham Region. I'd like to recognize and congratulate 3 individuals who went above and beyond to lead a very motivated and dedicated Games organizing committee. Lori Tolling, and Lori is in the room with us today, Games General Manager, and Games co-chairs Don Terry, who is in the room today, and Mike Frogley, who is not. I'd also like to thank Ryan Albright and Robin Aspinall from the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and Sport and the members of the Games Organizing Committee, each of whom led a subcommittee to deliver a key aspect of the Games. Judy Christensen, Janet Boychuk, Suzanne Billick, Shah Hussein, Ernie Spraggs, Del Melchion, Nicole Ratty, Daniel Van Kempen, Matt Sanchez, Raz Supa, Kathy Mackay, Jacqueline T.U., Lacey Tron, Emmy Aheen, Regional Councillor Willie Wu, James Titmarsh, Supri Wei Van, Gary McLean, and Gina Robertson. To everyone across the regions whose contribution helped us to showcase Durham's commitment to accessibility and inclusion to the entire province, thank you. Congratulations on the success of the Paramazing Games. Members of council, I know that Don and Lori and Willie are here, but for those that aren't here, could we please give them a round of applause? And no pressure, but Don and Lori, could you just stand up so council can see who you are? And we want to say thank you, and thank you for being here today. And we wish you a wonderful day. The games were truly paramazing. Members of council, some of us have been at this since 8:30 this morning. Oh, I'm sorry, I apologize. Mr. Clerk has informed me that we have a video and some people from the province that would like to say hello. So if you're ready, Roger, could you please play the video?
Good morning. Congratulations to Durham Region on hosting a successful Parasport Games. Nearly 500 athletes from across Ontario competed in this 3-day event, showcasing their skills, athleticism, and unwavering determination to overcome barriers and achieve their very best. These games would not have been possible without the tireless efforts of a dedicated organizing committee, enthusiastic team of contributors, partners, and volunteers. I want to especially recognize and thank Lori Tolling, the co-chair of these games, for your leadership, selfless commitment to making them all a huge success. By working together, you create a safe, friendly, and supportive environment in which the benefits of sport could be accessed and enjoyed by all. I am confident that the many legacy initiatives that have arisen from these games will extend the impact of your efforts. Increasing participation in accessible sport not only in Durham Region, but more broadly across the province is huge. Thank you all.
So I also have just Mike Frogley, who is one of the co-chairs, was online with us today. Mike, I want to thank you for your contribution as well. You know, on behalf of council, this was, for most of us that got out to see the games, it was simply amazing. Not only do our athletes have that hometown advantage, where the crowd and the roar of the crowd makes a difference, but it was more about creating smiles on faces. And I can tell you that everyone at every event had a smile from ear to ear. And it doesn't happen without great help from our staff and of course our volunteers and our co-chairs. So on behalf of the region, again, thank you. And it was paramazing. Members of council, we started at 8:30 this morning for some members. I'm going to suggest a 15-minute break. Then I'm going to suggest after that, when we come back, that we will break at 1:30 for lunch for an hour, and we will go for the rest of the afternoon. So on a motion for a 15-minute recess, moved by Councillor Chapman, seconded by Councillor Brenner, I will call the vote on the recess. All those in favor? In opposition? Seeing none, we will return in 15 minutes. Thank you. Okay, members of council, I'm going to call this meeting back to order. Mr. Clerk, I'm going to need a roll call, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Electronic roll call is starting now.
We have quorum. Those in the room. So just confirm that. Okay, members of council, we have quorum in the room. We will continue. We're on to delegations. Our first delegation is Ms. Linda Gasser, Whitby resident, update on the proposed clear garbage bag pilot in the municipality of Clarington. This was referred to council from the February Works Committee because there was an issue with the technology in that meeting, but members of council, that technology has now been fixed. So, Ms. Gasser, are you on the line?
Good morning, Chair Henry. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, and you have 5 minutes. Please start when you're ready.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Chair Henry again, ladies and gentlemen. Could you please advance to slide 2? The primary purpose of clear bags is to reduce or minimize what's put in the garbage bag. It's a tool to motivate residents to sort properly and to participate in diversion programs, including programs for hazardous and e-waste. So reducing garbage generation is the primary objective. The primary objective is not diversion. Diversion is a byproduct and increases as residents sort and participate in the programs. What you want to do is you want to get everything out of the garbage bag that doesn't belong there, that could go somewhere else. Since Durham burns garbage in Clarington, you should have every incentive to minimize the garbage burned and to use all tools to ensure that toxics and hazardous and e-waste are removed from the garbage bags. Clarington bears the brunt of Durham incinerator emissions, and the winds are variable, so Oshawa and Whitby are not always spared. Durham did a clear bag pilot in 2009 in Pickering and Clarington. Durham chose not to move forward with clear bags in 2014 and 2017. Next slide, please. To date, the Works Committee has refused to look at the evidence or to focus on waste reduction, and that's over many terms. After twice deferring the clear bag pilot report in 2022, and after an attempt to kill the pilot altogether in January 2023, at the February 8th meeting, Works Committee voted to change the order of the agenda and dealt with the staff report before hearing any of the delegations. And this was before anyone knew there were technical difficulties. The extract below is from the Works February 8th minutes, and it gives the reasons ostensibly as to why Works Committee voted against deferring the pilot. Detailed discussion ensued regarding terminating the proposed clear bag pilot in the municipality of Clarington as opposed to deferring the pilot until 2025 due to the significant waste management program changes occurring in 2024. The lack of support from the residents of Durham for a clear bag garbage pilot, the concerns that clear bags would increase the amount of illegal dumping or bags left behind by the garbage collectors, and the significant cost to implement the pilot. Examples how all of the above concerns could be addressed and more were provided over the last decade and again in 2022. And when Wendy and I addressed Works Committee on this twice last year, including how to communicate with and educate residents. The challenge remains, how can we educate councillors to make evidence-based decisions for the greater good? Next slide, please. This is data from the City of Markham. They began their clear bags pilot in their Clear Bags program in 2013. If you look at the second column from the left, you will see Markham's garbage decreasing over time. There's a slight upward blip for the pandemic years of 2020 and 2021. And then in 2022, as people went back to the office and weren't working from home as much, and as mask mandates dropped, you could see the garbage coming back down. Next slide, please. Markham uses Clear Bags and generates less garbage per capita compared to 2 Southern York Region municipalities with no Clear Bag program. And if you look at this graph, you see there's a substantial difference. Now, Durham does not provide this type of data in their annual waste management report, and you really should require it, because until you see what waste generation data looks like, you can't really have a good idea of the opportunities to reduce waste and how these can be achieved. Next slide, please. I urge Council to please defeat the Works recommendation to kill the pilot and adopt the staff recommendation to defer the pilot to 2025. Change is hard. It requires political leadership, courage, and good information. Less garbage with fewer toxics is what Clear Bags could deliver to Durham. Durham's expanded green bill. This is my last slide. Durham's expanded green bill will accept incontinence and sanitary products from July 2024 onward. Thus, there's even fewer privacy concerns. And while the original timing of the pilot for 2023 would have allowed you to consider it, as many programs change in 2024, at least allow yourselves the opportunity and flexibility to consider it in 2025. 26 of 29 regional councillors are not faced with Durham's garbage burning in their backyards. All Durham councillors owe Clarington residents who got stuck burning your garbage your best efforts to reduce waste. Please defeat the Works Committee recommendation and support the staff recommendation to defer. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, members of council, the rules for asking questions are defined. So it's not to extend the length of the conversation, it's to ask questions as to the presentation. So Councillor Neal, you are first.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Ms. Gasson, for your presentation. In regards to this, you had a slide that showed Markham versus the other municipalities in York.
Yeah, if the AV people could put the slide back up, that's right. So this shows garbage generation rates. York Region also has a similar slide for their northern municipalities, but the 3 southern are more alike, which is why York groups them together. And if you take a look at the lines and then the table below, you see that Markham produces less waste per capita compared to those other 2 municipalities.
And what does Markham do with the residual? Like they're down in garbage. Do they ship it here? Do you know,
No.
or what do
So
they?
Durham takes 20% on average of York Region's garbage. You know, it fluctuates, but approximately 20% of York Region's garbage gets sent to the incinerator. I can't tell you whether it comes from Markham or not, but Markham, in preparation, in 2013, knowing that their waste would be sent to the incinerator, embarked on Clear Bags as a way to clean up the material in the garbage bag and be as clean as possible. That was one of their motivations, and it's stated so in the staff report. So I can't tell you if Markham specifically goes to the incinerator, but 20%, give or take, of York Region's garbage does.
But you're saying to Chair, to Mr. But you're saying that it directly correlates to a cleaner environment with the Clear Bags.
Well, what the Clear Bags allow
or why
the
would you
collector,
do it? Go ahead.
right? Well, what they allow the collector to see is, first of all, the Clear Bags motivate the individual to sort their material properly, to make sure that they don't put anything into the garbage bag that doesn't belong there. If there's a diversion program for the material, then it should be set aside to be put either into the green bin, the blue box, or taken to a hazardous or e-waste depot. The second thing that happens is the collector does a quick visual inspection, and if there's any obvious materials that don't belong there, they will leave the bag. Now, Durham wants to go with a zero tolerance policy, meaning if there would be any item in there that the collector would leave it. But Markham, is allowing a little bit more flexibility. So they're saying any obvious items come out. But so it's a combination of residents getting used to sorting properly, being motivated by the town of Markham to say, hey, some of our garbage might end up at the incinerator, so we want to have as clean a waste stream as possible to be burned there. And then the last piece is the collector, if they see something that they deem should not be in there, they leave the bag.
Okay.
And that's how the residents learn.
Okay, thank you. And then to the east of, I just heard that Peterborough, I don't know if you're aware of this, that Peterborough has gone to clear bag on a 3-week cycle.
Yeah, I've heard they've gone to clear bags, but I have not investigated that yet.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Imada. To the questions?
No further questions.
Further questions? Okay, Mr. Clerk, I see none in the chat box, none online. Okay, thank you, Ms. Gasser. We will now move on to Ms. Wendy Bracken, Clarendon resident, on the proposed clear bag project. Again, it's been referred to from the Works Committee meeting on February 8th because of a challenge with technology. Ms. Bracken? Ms. Bracken?
Ms. Bracken, if you could please press the bottom center button again to request to speak.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can
Yes,
hear you.
can.
Okay, perfect.
So please proceed.
Good morning.
5 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, council members. Slide 2, please. I want to speak to the Works Committee meeting of February 8th. It was a meeting like no other, and I was deeply troubled by the lack of regard demonstrated for Clarington, for the public, for science, and for information in general. Right off the top, and before hearing delegations and staff presentation on the related Works Report 3, the Works Committee immediately voted to recommend termination of the Clarington Clear Bag pilot. This vote was contrary to staff recommendation to defer the pilot to 2025. The committee also voted against the staff recommendation to reduce the bag limit from 4 to 3, and in doing so, in effect, they're allowing more garbage per household. The committee ignored Mayor Foster's concerns and dismay, and that Clarington, most directly affected by the incinerator, had not been consulted at all. Clarington committee on Monday made a resolution unanimously supported to vehemently oppose the termination of the pilot, and they also oppose the reduction in removing the reduction of the bag limit. The reasons that Works members gave for termination, there were anecdotal remarks that residents don't want it, their fear of illegal dumping, but no supporting facts and no discussion of public health and environmental considerations and of potential benefits of clear bags. That didn't happen. Slide 3, please. I'm here today to urge you not to abandon the clear bag pilot for Clarington. I'm asking you to defeat the Works Committee recommendation to terminate it. At the very least, I ask you to go with the staff recommendation to defer the pilot to 2025 However, I also encourage you that this is the time that Durham should be considering the opportunities, benefits, and synergies of including Clear Bag implementation at the same time as the enhanced green bin and blue box transition in 2024. There's golden opportunity there. Slide 4, please. Clear bags are not rocket science. 40 Ontario municipalities already successfully implement them for all the right reasons, to get the hazardous waste items like batteries, paint, oil, etc. out of the waste stream, to get plastics out of the waste stream that are recyclable, to get papers that are recyclable out, and to get organics out. Slide 5, please. Here's just some of them. Aurelia, they had their Clear Bag program, saw 95% compliance in the first week. Slide 6. Dufferin County also implements Clear Bags, and that includes Orangeville. Slide 7. Town of Goderich uses Clear Bags for all the right reasons. Slide 8. So does Kawartha Lakes. We've just heard about Peterborough, and of course we know about Markham. Slide 9. Durham should be first in line for the Clear Bag policy. It's especially needed here. Why? Because we have an incinerator. And when you burn hazardous wastes, plastics, papers that contain halogens like chlorine, it results in air emissions of those toxic elements, and they're in a very bioavailable form. That you end up with metals adhering to very fine particulate matter that can enter our bodies and even pass the blood-brain barrier. So, and not only that, but a lot of the toxins of greatest concern, like the heavy metals, the dioxins and furans, they persist in the environment. So you've got to be doing all you can to get those things out so you lessen the impact on the environment and our health. We're growing. The Works report itself acknowledges positive experiences of other municipalities and states that garbage generation generally decreases. That means less incineration in the future, and you can avoid an expensive, costly to the public, both through pocketbook and to environment and health, and avoid expanding the incinerator. And you know, you're going with an enhanced green bin. You have fewer organics that are going to the incinerator. That means higher concentrations of everything else, including the metals, the halogens, etc.
Ms. Bracken, you
And
must wrap up.
okay, it's also going to be your best enforcement tool. Can I go to slide 10, please? Getting it out matters. The science is irrefutable. Here's some references. Slide 11, please. There's the documentation. It's basic science. Slide 12. And you have a legal obligation through the host community agreement for aggressive waste diversion to meet or exceed 70% diversion, and you're not there. You've got to be doing all that you can, like Markham is doing. They care about our air, they care about what's going to the land, and it's high time that Durham Region does the same thing for their own residents.
Okay, Ms. Bracken.
I'm not finished, but
Okay. Councillor Neal. Councillor Neal, under the new rules, you have to specify the amount of time.
Minutes.
Well,
2 minutes.
Okay, looking for a second. Seconded by Councillor Shahid. On the extension of 2 minutes, all those in favor? Recorded vote. Sorry, who called the recorded vote? Councillor Neal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The vote on the extension of 2 minutes will open now. Sorry, I'm looking for Councillor Brenner. Yes, thank you. Stop.
Okay.
Chair, this is a 2/3. 2/3 for extension.
I'm sorry, the extension loses. Questions to Ms. Bracken? Councillor Neal?
Thanks, Ms. Bracken, for your delegation today. I just wanted to ask, through you, Mr. Chair, you mentioned something about the heavy metals and whatnot. So you're saying that would basically be not part of any incineration. Markham has gone to it because of those reasons alone, and you actually have documentation to show that it would reduce heavy metals if we went to clear bags.
Ms. Bracken?
Well, when you go to clear bags, then you can see if people are putting in things like batteries, like oil, like plastics that don't belong there, and mercury light bulbs. Those are all things that are extremely hazardous when you burn them. And in an incinerator, it goes to two places. The heavy metals don't get destroyed. They're going either up in the air or they're going out to the ashes to the land. And like I said, when they are emitted in the air, there's very fine particulate matter they adhere to, and it becomes very bioavailable to get into we breathe them. It can pass into our lungs. It passes into our lungs and through our bloodstream, can even go through the blood-brain barrier if it's ultrafine particulate. And this has been a huge concern with incinerators. It's absolutely established science that fine particulate matter, there's no acceptable level. So you've got to be doing everything you can to, limit what the toxins you're putting out. The other thing that happens in the incinerator is that toxins are formed, like the dioxins and furans. And what the precursors that are needed for that are halogens, chlorine, bromine, fluorine, and plus organic matter. So all of those things are present, and especially if you don't get papers out, you don't get plastics that contain the halogens and the heavy metals even, then it's going up into the air, it's going out to our land. And in the case of dioxins and furans and heavy metals, they just keep adding up. They persist in the environment. They don't evaporate away. And so everything that you can do, you should be doing. And it's such an easy measure. And yes, there's initially a little bit of pushback from some residents, but it's easily overcome with reasonable policies. And all these places are doing it, and they're getting good results, and people don't even bat an eye after a while. And it's just baffling and troubling that Durham won't even do this for our own residents. I mean, these emissions travel far.
Ms.
Of course,
Bracken?
Clarington and Oshawa are most impacted.
Thank you, Councillor Neal.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay,
Ms.
thank
Bracken.
you, Councillor Wu.
Yeah, with the chair, thank you, Ms. Bracken. I'm just looking at the introduction of the Clear Bag program. Would you not say it comes at an opportune time, seeing that a year before the region is introducing an organics management plan, and with the diverting of, and again, that's a concern with the Clear Bag program, especially with personal hygiene waste, and I'll use that sanitary product like the pens. So that should be already diverted out of the program. So if that's a concern of the Clear Bag program, but would you say this is an opportune time, especially with the Blue Box moving to producer responsibility in 2024 and the organic program coming into place the year before?
I absolutely agree with that. I think there's going to have to be a massive public education campaign with all these changes coming, with your enhanced green bin, with the blue box transition, and you could just put this all together with that and educate about clear bags at the same time. And this is going to be your best enforcement tool for all of these things, to make sure people are putting organics where they belong. And people are going to have now this opportunity, as you say, the things they're most concerned about with privacy are taken care of with the enhanced green bin. And those that still remain are easily handled with opaque privacy bags that all of these municipalities that are successfully implementing this program are using. It's so easy to handle. The blueprints are already there. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. And people will be prepared for change. It'll make sense to them. And you're being honest with your public that what you do with your garbage matters to your health and environment. And I totally agree with your comment.
Okay.
Your question.
Yeah,
totally concur.
You spoke about the energy from waste facility in Clarington, and again, I think the region, and in fact, it is within the one of the, let's say, documents that's before us. The region continues to seek additional opportunities to optimize diversion programs, thereby delaying future expansion requirements, including those involving managing organics. Would you say that is true and a good way so that we can avoid the expansion of the energy from waste?
Yes, I do. I think clear bags are in total alignment with those goals, the strategic goals, and I think that they are just sound environmental, public health policy and good. I mean, this also, we're not talking about it's about climate change as well, right? I mean, I don't know if all the new members of council know that the 140,000 tons of garbage that gets burned at the incinerator produce 159,000 tons of carbon dioxide equivalents. It's the largest emitter for the region, and we should be doing everything we can to reduce that. And so this is just sound environmental policy that is, it's not even progressive, it's becoming common and mainstream policy. And we should be doing it.
Okay. And certainly education is very important. Zero tolerance, that would add to it. I guess change is always difficult. I think we went from what is it?
Councillor Wu, it's going to be a long day, so it has to be a question.
Yeah, would you say, again, it's difficult?
Councillor Wu, would you say isn't the way to address the question?
Okay.
I'm not trying to be hard to get along with the rules are succinct.
No, I understand. Going from blue bins every week to the garbage pickup every other week, we had that when it was garbage every week, blue bins every other. With this, we reduced the number of bags, clear bags. Again, I'm going into the other report. Would you say that we could reduce the number of bags that are put out?
Yes, because if you do what Works Committee was recommending, you're actually allowing Durham residents to put out more garbage because they can take garbage that they would have put in their garbage bag, and now they can put that in the enhanced green bin, but they can still keep their 4 bag limit. So this is backwards. Like, Durham is moving backwards with this. This is ridiculous that you're going the opposite direction to what you should be doing, and it's not. We were warned that there's lots of evidence that when incineration competes with progressive policies moving toward less and less waste, and what we're seeing here is proving that out. You've got to fight back. Like, it can't just be more and more incineration. It has to be doing the right thing and reducing waste and making it as clean as getting toxins out.
Councillor Wu,
Okay, thank you. Thank
just
you.
so members of council, there are delegations on the organics management plan that your questions are to this presentation. So, seeing none, thank you. We'll move on to 6.3. Ms. Gasser, a Whitby resident on the organics management plan. Next steps. Ms. Gasser, when you're ready, you have 5 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Could AV please put up slide 2? So your staff are asking for approval to explore green bins for multi-residential buildings. That is excellent news. Source-separated organics are the way to go. Growth is occurring in the multi-residential sector faster than it has historically, especially given the provincial targets for the next 10 years. It's important that the region harmonizes services to allow residents of all housing types to fully participate in reduction, reuse, and diversion programs. People occupy a range of housing types over the course of their lives, and consistency is needed to develop and maintain good sorting habits. Durham must ensure that there is no opting out of municipal collection by new multi-res buildings, that the waste infrastructure is located indoors, and that it accommodates source separation of organics. Policy and bylaw tools are required so that the industry knows the rules and so that lower tier municipalities processing multi-res applications could enforce them. Slide 3, please. So this is a graphic from the Markham Strategic Plan. It just shows you where Markham is. So it's the 2020 to 2023 Strategic Plan. And as an example, they started out with tri-sorters, but they had issues with the tri-sorters breaking down and then taking time to be repaired or replaced. So they have now gone to 3 chutes. Markham has single stream blue box recycling. So it's a little different from Durham, but still it's 3 chutes for recyclables, organics, and for garbage. Next slide, please. Works Committee dealt with the organics report before hearing the staff presentation and the delegations. And from the minutes, the extract that I'm reading is they recommended that the staff recommendation be deleted in its entirety. And that's the recommendation to go from 4 bags to 3. Staff wrote in the report in section 8.2 that approximately 80% of Durham residents set out 3 or fewer garbage bags. So going from 3 to 4, along with an enhanced green bin, is eminently doable. Staff explained that by transferring pet waste, incontinence, and sanitary products from the garbage to the green bin, they expect this will result in approximately 10,000 tons less garbage annually. A Whitby councillor stated that Whitby was already looking at reducing the number of bags they would collect. Next slide, please. Please defeat the Works Committee recommendation to delete the staff recommendation A2 and support the original staff recommendation. Attachment 2 to the long-term waste management plan report from last year said that in 2019, and I don't have more recent data because Durham doesn't report it, in 2019, Durham Region had the 2nd highest population in their category and the 2nd highest waste generation rate next to Ottawa. It's long past the time that Works Committee and Durham Council got serious about waste reduction. Staff should produce waste generation data and report it annually at the very least. Besides being an environmental win, reducing waste also saves taxpayer money and helps delay the expansion of your incinerator. Please also ensure that waste reduction is included as a goal in Durham's next strategic plan. It's not there now. To repeat, please defeat the works recommendation and support the original staff recommendation in that report. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Questions to Ms. Gasser? Online, Mr. Clerk? Seeing none, we will move on to Ms. Bracken, Clarence residents on the Organics Management Plan. Next steps. Ms. Bracken, when you're ready, you have 5 minutes.
Ms. Bracken, if you could hit the button in the bottom middle again, please. There you go. When it turns red, just leave it. You'll be on.
Okay.
There you go.
Thank you. Could you advance to slide 2, please? So there were some very encouraging and positive actions in the Organics Management Next Steps Work Report 3. The staff recommendation to reduce the curbside limit from 4 bags to 3 was good. That's good. That's about waste reduction. So again, the Works Committee did not abide with that. They did not take that. They recommended to remove that recommendation. And as I explained, this in effect allows more garbage per household. You're going in the wrong direction if you go with that. And so I'm asking you to please do not support the Works Committee recommendation to remove and stay with the staff recommendation to reduce the curbside limit from 4 bags to 3. It was very encouraging in Work Reports 3 to see a recommendation to develop a green bin program for multi-res buildings. And I ask you that you please consider strengthening the report to ensure that all new and future multi-residential properties participate and don't allow developers to opt out. Another positive thing that was in the Works Report 3 was that they were asking that the staff was recommending the continued use of compostable bags to collect the organic materials, including, that goes for the enhanced green bin. That's what they were talking about. So I support that, and I hope that you keep that. Can I have slide 3, please? Just to give you the part of the Works Report 3 that spoke to the multi-res improvement, it states that it says the Regional Council approve in principle the development of a green bin program for multi-residential buildings receiving regional waste collection services. So it sounds like that's just present, and I urge you to ensure that all new multi-res participate. Don't let developers opt out, and implement it as soon as possible. Slide 4, please. As we were discussing earlier, there are huge synergies that exist between clear bags, enhanced green bin launch, and blue box transition. As I said, there's a public education campaign that will already be in the works, and there'll be minimal extra costs to go with clear bags along with this. The public will be prepared for major changes in waste services. And with those diapers, sanitary hygiene products, and pet waste in the enhanced green bin, there would be fewer privacy concerns. And like I said, the remaining concerns can be readily handled with privacy bags. Other municipalities are doing it. It can work. You can, with reasonable, I've always had issue with what was in the original staff report on the clear bag pilot. The zero waste tolerance policy is not consistent with what they're doing in other municipalities. They're allowing some flexibility and training their operators to pick up in certain situations. I mean, if there's a banana peel, you don't leave it behind, the bag behind. There's a reasonable application, and education of people is really important too. And what is concerning to me is that there was no discussion about clear bags with either, and the synergies that exist between these these new initiatives discussed in Works Report 1 or Works Report 3, and they should have been, because those clear bags are going to be your best enforcement tool for many things, for looking at if there's hazardous waste there, to look and see if there are recyclables like plastics and paper. You want to get those out too, because those recyclables, burning plastics affects emissions in a negative way. And you want to also, so you can get you can take a check to make sure people aren't putting their recyclables in there, take a check and make sure they're not putting their organics in there when you go to the enhanced green bin, and make sure they're not putting the hazardous waste out. This could be a win-win-win. And it's really, I think it's really too bad that this wasn't considered, discussed, and hashed out, because I think there's a golden opportunity here. Slide 5.
You must wrap up.
Okay. So I'll just, I think I have a slide 5, and I'll just reiterate, please support the staff recommendation to reduce the curbside limit from 4 bags to 3. Do not remove it as Works recommended. And please consider strengthening that multi-res for all future properties. Make sure that everyone participates in the future and don't allow developers to opt out. And thank you for considering everything I've had to say this morning.
Thank you. Questions to Ms. Brackett? Mr. Clerk, online? None? Seeing none. Thank you, Ms. Brackett. We'll move on to item 6.5. Julie Van Hartingsveld, External Relations Specialist, Communications and Public Affairs, Ontario Shores Centre for Mental Health Sciences. Request for approval to provide psychiatric emergency services and construct an emergency psychiatric assessment, treatment, and healing unit. This was referred to from the Health and Social Services Committee on February 9th. Thank you for being here this morning, and when you're ready, you have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for having me here today, Chairman Henry. My name is Julie Van Hartingsveld, and I am the External Relations Specialist at Ontario Shores, as you heard. I'm here today to update you on our plans to bring psychiatric emergency services to Durham Region, and we are currently requesting government approval for a capital planning grant to construct an emergency psychiatric assessment, treatment, and healing unit, or EMPATH for short, at Ontario Shores. Today, my goal is to simply emphasize that the need is greater than it ever was before, as we all know, to highlight new and important data coming out of the models of this particular unit in the U.S., as well as to simply ask you to continue to be a champion and advocate for our cause. So here we have Ontario Shores. As many of you know, we are a public teaching hospital, and we provide a wide variety of specialized assessment and treatment services to people experiencing complex and severe mental illness. We are one of only 4 mental health hospitals in the province with 340 beds, over 90,000 outpatient visits, and over 1,300 staff. We are pleased to serve patients from all over Ontario. We serve a wide range of specialty populations, as you know, from adolescent all the way up through geriatrics, as well as provide court-ordered forensic mental health assessments and treatment. As I shared previously, the need for mental health care services and the province is experiencing a crisis that we have never faced before. There is currently no emergency psychiatric services in Durham Region, and Ontario Shores does not have an emergency room. We know that overcrowding, a lack of resources, in the case of mental health, staff who are not always trained or comfortable providing care for those people who are experiencing crisis are all issues that traditional emergency rooms face. In the last 2 years, the number of people seeking emergency care for mental health crises in this province increased by 61%. When it comes to patient care, we know that the noise, the activity, and the brightness in emergency rooms can trigger those experiencing crisis. This further exacerbates the problem. Ontario Shores intends to make a significant contribution to the problem. and support a solution by building a first of its kind empath unit in Canada. The empath model, I should flip ahead here. So the empath model here, I know this slide is a little bit difficult to see. Essentially what separates this is it is a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week traditional style emergency room specialized for mental health, those experiencing mental health crisis. What separates it is when a patient arrives needing mental health treatment and care, they are assessed and start receiving that treatment within 20 minutes upon their arrival. The room is, I'll flip forward for a moment here just to give a picture. So what separates the space, in addition to the immediate treatment and care, is that the room is uniquely created to be spacious, bright with natural light, and the use of recliners rather than hospital beds. The use of recliners allows a couple of things. First, it allows patients to get up and walk around, something that is not afforded in a traditional emergency room. It also allows this particular space, which our plan would have approximately 37 recliners. This also allows for surge capacity when we are experiencing the need. So again, the space is unique, it's large, it's bright. Recliners are intentionally positioned with space, which also allows patients to have some privacy and confidentiality and dignity while they're experiencing that crisis. So when we look at the model, of course, the benefits of primarily are of patient care. We know that when a patient experiencing a mental health crisis receives empathetic and specialized mental health care, they're more likely to receive that care or seek care before they experience a crisis again in the future. So in addition to the benefits to patient care, we do have some significant benefits to the community and the economy. So again, this model shares that will reduce costs to local police and EMS, saving $1.1 million, and absorb visits to acute care emergency rooms, including a reduction of psychiatric patient admissions, saving another $4.1 million. A reduced length of stay or admission diversion, which includes a transfer of 10,000 approximately psychiatric patients to Ontario Shores per year, would result in another savings of $3.6 million. So
sorry to interrupt. How many more slides do you have?
Oh, just a couple.
Because it's a couple, I'm going to ask Mayor Carter for an extension and the time for the extension, please.
Sorry, I'm just new here, so that's why. So, request waive the rules to request an extension of time up to 3 minutes.
Okay, up to 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Seconded by Councillor Chapman. Members of Council, on the extension up to 3 minutes, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? In opposition? Seeing none, could you please continue? Thank you.
Thank you, and I will speed it up a little bit here. The introduction of this model would undoubtedly release or reduce or help to reduce some of the pressure that other local emergency rooms are facing. So here, again, I'll quickly brief through this. This is a rendering out of Minnesota. This particular hospital has seen a reduction in admissions of 24%, of 60% of inpatient admissions and 24% reduction in mental health admissions since the introduction of empath. So again, next model, same Minnesota model here. Again, this depicts the use of the recliners as well as the open spaciousness of the environment. What I should add is this type of environment would also have additional calming rooms if there was a particular patient that did want some enhanced privacy or the advantage of some closed space. So, to begin the wrap up here, this particular unit, Psychiatric Emergency Services, or empath unit, is part of the hospital's broader redevelopment plan. We are currently seeking government approval. We are in the process of that. We're really hoping to see this achieved in this year's budget. Here we have where we are at in the process. as I think to wrap up or try to wrap up our presentation here, what I will share is that we are very, very grateful for partnerships within our community. Of course, our government and political stakeholders, as well as our local and community universities and colleges in which we have great partnerships. Between that and our dedicated, hardworking, and well-trained staff, we feel that we have the human resources power to see this model from a staffing perspective come to life as soon as we have permission to start. With that, again, we appreciate your support. Thank you so much for hearing my presentation today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and other dignitaries. If there are any questions, I welcome them.
Thank you, Councillor Chapman. I know I will come back to you at the appropriate time. We have Mayor Roy first. Questions?
Thank you very much, and thank you for coming back, Julie. I was unfortunate the technology issues with Health and Social Services. With relation to the planning grant and the expectation, should you get the approval for the planning grant, what time period do you see this moving forward?
That would be definitely a question better directed to our planning team, but my understanding is that we are ready to hit the ground running as soon as possible.
Okay, and I appreciate it. This is a great addition, and I think it will help with a lot of the issues that we're dealing with, and I'm grateful that you were able to come back and share it with the rest of the council as well, too.
Thank you for having me back.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Leahy.
Thank you, Chair Henry. So I appreciate you coming here this evening and fully support what you're looking here to do. I guess the question I have is around staffing. Like, do you feel you have enough specialists and psychologists and all the different staff, and you could man this ER or have enough staffing in there? And will you look at scaling up the hours of service as well, or how are you going to model it to go to basically providing an ER over the full time that would be required?
Excellent. It's a good question. We are actually in the very fortunate position that recruiting psychiatrists have actually never really been a challenge for our organization. We are well respected within the industry and a desired employer of choice. That being said, we do have a full plan in place as to what it would look like to staff this model. It would be 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and to provide that assessment within 20 minutes, the interdisciplinary team would need to be accessible, and we have plans to support that.
Okay, so at what point do you think? Do you know your timing right now, or when you might be able to open the doors, or is this too soon to say?
I think it's too soon for me to say. But again, I know that we do. We have been, as many of you probably know, we've been advocating for this for a number of years. So we do have significant plans in place. We're just waiting for that approval from the province.
Okay, fair enough. So what's possible? Like 1 year, 2 year, 3 year? Hard to say.
I really wouldn't want to say, but again, in dialogue, my understanding is within a couple of years or less.
Okay. All right. That's perfect. Thank you.
So, members of the clerk, other than Councillor Chapman, this has exhausted my list online as well. Mr. Van Hardingsveld, I know the question isn't to you, but if you'd like to stay, I believe Councillor Chapman is going to introduce an item, but I won't speak for Councillor Chapman. Councillor Chapman?
There you go. I've sent the motion to the clerks. They can put it up. Simple, council, that we endorse the request to the province of Ontario Shores to get the funds to build this thing, and that we
seconder, please.
It's already on there.
Oh, I didn't see.
I'm sorry. Yeah. My buddy here, Carter, will second it.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. That we request, we support endorse the request of Ontario Shores to the province, and that copy of the resolution be sent to the Premier, Minister of Health, Minister of Finance, and our regional MPs and MPPs. We've all heard over the last number of years the increase in mental health issues around the province, and I think we're all pretty much aware of it, what's going on in Durham Region. We've heard from our ambulance at the committee of the whole about offloading. They have to go to an emergency ward, even if it's a mental health issue, and then the emergency department does its thing.
When the police apprehend somebody under the Mental Health Act, they have to take them to an emergency ward. They have to go through all that. We've heard here today that it takes 20 minutes when they get there. It's central, maybe not to North Durham, unfortunately, but still quick ride down Highway 12 probably, or 48, right to this area. It's central in along the lakes, that we will get better service for those people that need that mental health, and they have more experts that actually work at the Ontario Shores, the doctors and nurses and other things that are required to address the mental health patients, as opposed to them deciding in an emergency department to form these people and send them to Ontario Shores or someplace else, which is another ambulance ride, by the way, or another police ride, depending how violent they might be. So I would ask that all of council endorse this, and I would ask for a recorded vote at the appropriate time, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chapman. Next in the speaker's box is Mayor Carter.
I appreciate what Councillor Chapman has said, and I second this, of course. This is leading edge. I believe that we've spoken positively, not only through health and social services, but I know that my association with Ontario Shores, when I was the chair of the foundation there many years ago, this was on our radar at that particular time. We are in a national health crisis at this time. This is leading edge. This needs to be not only funded, but the initiative needs to be implemented immediately. And I think that this is part of a solution of the overall healthcare crisis that our nation is facing, our hospitals are facing. This is an extraordinary plan, And I'm really pleased to be able to second this motion and encourage everyone also to not only find out more about it, request a visit down to Ontario Shores if you haven't been there, see the work that they're doing there, and this particular plan will be on the leading edge across Canada. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mayor Collier, you're next, but you're in the chat box on 2 devices, just so you know.
Well, that's odd. I'm only on one. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay, I can't see me in the camera, but okay. I just wanted to point out at the Police Service Board last meeting, we also had a presentation, and Police Service Board also fully supports and endorses this, and have sent a letter of our own in support to the province. So I just wanted to make the council aware. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Next in the chat box is Mayor Bart.
Hey, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Julie, thank you very much for coming in today. I did have a chance to tour Ontario Shores, was incredibly impressed. My family works in the healthcare system, and just from conversations around the dining room table, this is required. We need this in Durham. This is a great model, and I support it 100%. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, members of council, that exhausts the chat box. We have been asked for a recorded vote. Mr. Clerk, can you conduct that vote now, please? Oh, sorry, Councillor Anderson, I called the vote before I saw your name.
Oh, sorry. Just one quick point. Could you send this to area municipalities as well?
We'll do that as a friendly, and we'll just
Okay, thank you. That's
okay, thank you. I'll call the vote now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Voting will open in a second. I just want to remind members when the vote opens to please wait a second before inserting your vote. There is about a half-second delay when the system comes live. Voting will now begin.
Mr. Clerk, on my screen, it's unanimous. So that carries. Thank you very much, and feel free to join us for the rest of the afternoon. But if you'd like to take the opportunity, I would take that opportunity now. Okay, thank you. Next is item number 6.6. Mr. Doug Moffat, Durham resident, on the impacts and release of the development of the Greenbelt lands. Mr. Moffat, welcome to the council chambers. You're aware of the rules from the past, and you have 5 minutes. It'll come on automatically. There you go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I welcome to you, and congratulations to everyone on their recent victories. I will be very brief. I'm here today to ask for your support for one of your motions, which is, I think, extremely important in today's confused parliamentary system, where we have one council attempting to control growth and another council or a province or federal government attempting to encourage growth in one place or another. And everything comes back to the local municipality and the regions to accommodate the goals of one person or a group of people. I don't have any magic answers. I listened carefully to all of the presentations this morning. I don't have any solution to the problem, except to say that there is no point at all in attempting to put all of the growth that we're going to have as a society, as a nation, as a region, by putting it in the area where we can only grow food. The agricultural land that we have is not replaceable. It is not going to be substantially offset by the building of vertical gardens and things like that. I've seen those. They work, but they're minuscule in comparison to the need for agricultural land. So I'm asking you today to really consider supporting in great numbers the resolution which is in your agenda on farmland, and it's being replaced by development by the province. I think that's foolish. If we are going to accommodate thousands more people, millions more people, then we have to stop putting those people and their houses on the best farmland we have. We have millions and millions of square miles of development land that nobody wants to use for development because it happens to be on big rocks in the Canadian Shield. But if we really want to sensibly develop our nation, our province, in my mind, that's where it should be. I urge you to support the resolution that is contained in your agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions to Mr. Moffat? Seeing none, thank you for being here today.
I thought Kevin Ash would have a question. He's asked me every one that he could. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Next is Linda Mackey, Durham resident, on the impacts and release of the development of the Greenbelt lands. Ms. Mackey, are you online? Okay.
Hear me?
We can hear you, and you have 5 minutes. Welcome.
Okay, thank you. Dear mayors and regional councillors, I am in favor of the upcoming motion 11.2, impacts of the release and development of Greenbelt lands. To not at the very least further investigate the impact of carving out portions of the Greenbelt would, in my opinion, be short-sighted and detrimental to the flora, fauna, and people of Ontario. Developing the Greenbelt would set us back in what is otherwise a world-renowned, permanently protected green space. The consequence of developing pieces of the Greenbelt sets a precedent for future governments, sending the message that the Greenbelt is up for development. Wikipedia describes the Greenbelt as a prevention of urban development and sprawl, a protected area of green space, farmland, forests, wetlands, and watersheds, as providing permanent protection of the Greenbelt area. Wikipedia also states that the Greenbelt's primary purpose is to protect prime agricultural land. So, with this definition in Wikipedia, is Wikipedia wrong about the Greenbelt? Is it not a prevention of development, nor a protected area of green space, nor permanent in nature as it was intended to be when the Greenbelt Act of 2005 was written? If the Greenbelt is built upon or carved out, what is to prevent it from being carved out again in the future? It is like deceiving yourself that you only have a fork full of chocolate cake, but in no time at all, you've not only devoured the slice of cake, but you've eaten half the cake. The Greenbelt being situated where it is the most appetizing cake in the bakery. Are we going to develop parts of the Greenbelt, and then with climate change and all the other changes we've come to know, we have regrets that maybe it wasn't such a smart idea after all, that the roads we've built up don't absorb water after our storms, or that the brick and concrete causes too much heat so that we feel that we are baking in an oven with our hot summers. Mother Nature seems to know best how to weather the weather, and the Greenbelt is a great swath of Mother Nature. With regards to farmland, do we propose to whittle down the Greenbelt and its farmland only to try farming on the Canadian Shield? Or are we going to import our fruits and vegetables and poultry and meat from, say, China? Once a farmer has chosen not to farm, he or she usually sells to the developers. The Greenbelt was put in place partially to deter this and protect the farmland. The animals that currently dwell in the Greenbelt will be displaced and become what people deem a nuisance as they toddle around suburbia. I live opposite a forest, and sometimes we hear the coyotes at night, but we never see them. We see the odd raccoon, but they are never in our garbage, as I have heard others complain about the stray cats in our garbage. Last day I was traveling on the GO train last Saturday, and lo and behold, trotting down between railway lines near Union Station was a coyote. I never see them at home, but I saw one in the city. I wondered if it was from a displaced family. The citizens of Ontario enjoy wandering through parts of the Greenbelt, and it is good for their health and the health of their children. There are numerous studies that have made links to the physical and mental health improvement of adults and children and their proximity to trees and nature. There are links being made between natural environments and reduced hospitalizations, and this is according to JAMA Network Open. The Harvard T.H. Chan School of Public Health, which was formerly the Harvard School of Public Health, in their study said that exposure to nature at any age can offer health benefits such as increased feelings of calmness, improved attention, and lower blood pressure. But it also stated that this study is especially important and useful for policymakers and urban planners because the results may help them consider interventions in natural environments and increase greenness or blue spaces meaning sources of water. According to Global News, February 28, 2021, the Greenbelt is the world's largest permanently protected green space. I think it is one of the best planning strategies Ontario has come up with. This, along with the Rouge National Urban Park, are forward-thinking monuments to great municipal, regional, and provincial planning. They are all well appreciated by their citizens of Ontario, and I am proud to be a speck of support to such beautiful areas. So in conclusion, I reiterate, I am in support of motion 11.2. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions to Ms. Robbins? Ms. Clerk online? Seeing none, thank you for your delegation.
Thank you.
Our next delegation is Mr. Don Harvey, Durham resident, re the impacts and release and development of the Greenbelt lands. Mr. Harvey?
Mr. Harvey, there should be a button in the bottom middle of your screen that looks like a talking head. If you could click that, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Harvey, and you have 5 minutes.
I also want to speak in support of the motion to study the implications of the removal and development of Greenbelt lands before consideration of the new regional official plan. None of the land taken out of the Greenbelt by Premier Ford is necessary to meet the province's targets for new housing units. A recently released report from Kevin Eby, who reviewed existing lands available in built-up areas and designated greenfields, clearly shows that there's already capacity for double those targets in the Greater Golden Horseshoe area. The designated municipalities in Durham have capacity for 194,000 units and a target of 84,000. The legislation recently passed under the guise of getting more houses, more homes built faster, will likely actually have the opposite effect. Because approvals have to happen this year and construction has to begin by 2025, scarce resources, including municipal staff and services, will have to be pulled from existing projects on land approved for development years ago. Seaton sits right next to the Duffins Rouge Agricultural Preserve. Seaton has been designated for development for decades. Many of the arterial roads are constructed. Many of the services are in place, but less than 15% of the housing units have been finished. Material and labor shortages are slowing construction in Seaton and everywhere else in the province. So forcing construction to begin in the Ag Preserve by 2025 will divert scarce resources and further slow the completion of the housing units in Seaton, which are much, much closer to being delivered to the market. The whole point of this recent legislation, I believe, is to make sure that the Ag Preserve and other Greenbelt lands are destroyed before the next provincial election. Once developers strip the topsoil and cut the trees, which they will do as soon as they possibly can, these lands will be destroyed. And the agricultural land will never be able to be recovered. The importance of the land for food production was discussed earlier by Mr. Cahoon. The full economic, cultural, and environmental impact on Durham and its municipalities is unknown, but we know it's not going to be good. Durham and Pickering need to strongly assert their opposition to the removal of land from the Greenbelt and make it clear to the province that we will not be bullied into absorbing the massive costs associated with these changes for the benefit of a few wealthy developers. And we certainly can't do any of that unless and until we understand the full impact of these changes after a clear and full study. So I'm hoping that Durham Region will do that. I expect you probably will, and I look forward to really discussing how these changes are going to hurt Durham residents and what, if any, benefits they'll produce. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Members of questions or questions to the delegation? Seeing none. None on the line, Mr. Clerk. Thank you, Mr. Harvey. Next is Bart Hopkins Krebs, Durham resident, on the impacts of the release and development of the Greenbelt lands. Welcome, and you have 5 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak. Citizens in Durham Region are deeply concerned by what appear to be increasingly chaotic plans for future growth. We are concerned about rising, but still poorly accounted for, municipal liabilities and property tax rates. We are also worried about a rapid reallocation of rural lands for future subdivisions, decades in advance of any possible need for such reallocations. This is why we are asking you to postpone approval of the draft official plan until such time as you have the information needed to make responsible planning decisions. When the Ford government announced Bill 23 and the Greenbelt carve-outs last November, there were protests throughout Durham. At a rally in Bowmanville, I met many people, including neighbors from Port Darlington, Orono, and Curtis, who said they had never attended a political protest before. Since then, our concerns have only deepened. We know that our property tax bills are going up immediately, due in part to the fiscal implications of Bill 23. What we don't know, however, is how much higher these property tax hikes will be in future years. Yet planning experts throughout southern Ontario are warning that municipal budgets will be severely strained as developments shift to former Greenbelt lands and to the Whitebelt lands proposed for inclusion within urban boundaries. We understand that when development extends into previously unserviced areas, particularly with emphasis on low or medium density housing, the resulting tax revenues will not be enough to cover servicing and maintenance. This problem is worsened by the reductions to development charges that the province is imposing. In Clarington in particular, the draft official plan calls for a large and disproportionate share of urban boundary expansion, in addition to a carve-out from the Greenbelt. That means very expensive developments which neither development charges nor the taxes paid by new homeowners will fully pay for. It means more areas that are not dense enough to be effectively served by public transit. It means increased flood risk, as many hectares of rain-shedding pavement cover the uplands in our watersheds. It means a continued reduction in biodiversity in our area. It means the continued construction of very expensive housing in neighborhoods that will require residents to do a lot of driving to get to jobs, shopping, or services. That is the opposite of the affordable housing so many of our citizens are looking for and are unable to find. And it means we'll have to accept reduced municipal services or higher taxes or both. We don't want an official plan that simply paves the way for all these negative outcomes. And we don't want an official plan that ignores the critical changes imposed by the provincial government in recent months. That is why I urge you to approve the motion put forward today by Mayor Sean Collier and seconded by Councillor Granville Anderson. Please get the necessary important information first and consider the draft official plan in light of that information. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions to the delegation? Mr. Clerk, online? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Krebs. We'll now move on to Mr. Phil Potton, Council and Ontario Environmental Program Manager, Environmental Defence, impacts of the release and development of the Greenbelt lands. Mr. Clerk, is he online?
Phil, if you can hear us, could you please press the button in the bottom middle of your screen that looks like a talking head?
Mr. Clerk, ask one more time, please.
Mr. Pothins, if you could please press the button in the bottom middle of your screen. We are asking one more time to confirm your presence.
Mr. Clerk, can you see if he's online or not?
He is connected, yes.
He is connected. Third and final time, then, please, Mr. Clerk, ask one more time.
Mr. Pothin, one last time asking if you could press the button in the bottom middle of your screen to enable your microphone.
Oh, sorry, we have Mayor Collier.
Chair, I just wonder if you would permit modification of the agenda to bring the motion forward to be dealt with at this time.
Yes, but let's finish with Mr. Potton, and then you want to bring a motion forward to alter the agenda to bring this forward now.
If appropriate, yes. Thank you, Chair.
Just 1 second, please.
So we have.
Mayor Collier, what I'll do is Mr. Pothin is not online, so what I'll do is I'm going to deal with the correspondence first related to this item, and then I will come back to you.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Clerk, we have not been able to connect with Mr. Pothin, so we will move on with the agenda. Okay. Members of council, just give me 1 second to confirm with the clerk. We may just deal with all the correspondence items.
7.2 requires a separate motion.
Okay, we'll deal with, okay, I've got it. Members of council, we'll just deal with all the communications item, and then I'll go back to Mayor Collier. On 7.1 is the correspondence to the municipality of Clarington. The recommendation is to receive for information. Sorry, Councillor Chapman.
I would move that all the correspondence be received as recommended. Whatever the recommendations are on the correspondence, that's where all of them go.
Except for 7.2 or including 7.2?
No, 7.2 is
okay.
To nominate the person. The other ones are to refer to 11.2, et cetera, so to deal with them all.
Okay. Just 1 second, please. Members of council, Mr. Potvin has popped up on the screen. He is in the meeting now. I will go back to him. He has 5 minutes. Then I will accept Councillor Chapman's motion. Councillor Chapman, who's your seconder? Councillor Ash. Okay. So then we'll vote on that when we come back. Mr. Potvin, you have 5 minutes.
Hi there. Yes, I just want to underline that I was online this whole time, so I'm not sure what was going on. I'm Phil Potvin. I'm council and the Ontario Environment Program Manager with Environmental Defence. I don't know if folks can see me. There's some issue with my camera, but I lead the Ontario Environment Program, and I'm council. Environmental Defence is a charity that lends expert input on everything from climate finance and land use planning and transportation systems to decision makers and decision-making bodies at all levels of government in Canada. And Environmental Defence is urging each of you to vote in support of Mayor Sean Collier's motion to delay consideration of the draft regional official plan until staff have completed a report on the implications of release and development of the Greenbelt lands. So first of all, this is because if the Duffins Rouge Agricultural Preserve lands, which are formerly part of the Greenbelt, are open for residential sprawl, as the province says it intends, then Durham Region is legally obliged to make a corresponding reduction in the amount of Whitebelt land added to the settlement boundary as part of its official plan process. I want to underline this so it sinks in. Section 1.1.3.8 of the provincial policy statement prohibits Durham Region Council from extending settlement area boundaries so much as an acre more than absolutely necessary to meet demand for homes and workplaces. So what this means is that each and every home that could be built within existing neighborhoods of Pickering, Ajax, and Oshawa, if only you changed the zoning to increase the amount of homes, is a decrease in the amount of boundary expansion that's permitted. It means that each and every home that could be built within designated greenfields areas you already have, if only you increase the planned density of those developments, is less land that you are allowed to expand into in the White Belt. And here, and this is the key point, where Durham has concluded that only a certain number of hectares of extra greenfield land are required for development, then that means that each and every hectare of land open for development in one area must be compensated for by the removal of a hectare of proposed greenfield expansion elsewhere. So this means that if, as the province wants, these greenbelt lands that have been stripped of greenbelt protection are made available for development, then it must come out of some other part of the proposed boundary expansion. Must be reduced accordingly. Secondly, and this is a subtle point, the government's decision to strip greenbelt protection from the crown jewel of the greenbelt, the DARP, it undercuts the tactical premise of what I'll say, giving you the benefit of the doubt, was the tactical premise of your predecessor regional councilor's direction. So let's be frank. The former regional council directed staff to prepare an official plan that violates the PPS by adding what all the evidence showed was far more land than was required to meet market housing demand. And cynical people might think that everyone who voted for that appalling decision, which staff clearly warned against, were doing so because they were enthralled to the lobbying efforts of real estate speculators. But I'm going to give council the benefit of the doubt, as I think we should, and accept that some of you, enough to have made the difference between passage or failure of that direction for extreme boundary expansion, really, they voted for that boundary expansion as a sort of sacrifice or appeasement of arm twisting from developers in hopes that it would prevent their allies at the provincial government from imposing something even worse. And we know now that that approach failed. It worse than failed, it backfired, because the province has done something worse than even the government's own voters could never have imagined. It broke its promise never to allow any part of Durham's Greenbelt land to be developed. Given that there's no hope of propitiating the province to prevent that from happening, it makes sense for this region to revisit whatever tactical considerations underlay that decision to add land and to look back at the official plan. You have plenty of space available within the existing settlement area to meet your housing needs. There is certainly no need to add more land than you've already allocated for boundary expansion.
You must wrap up.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Mayor Ash, did you wish to ask questions? You're on my screen.
No, my request to speak was to move the motion that Councillor Chapman moved, and I'm delighted to second it, and I'm happy to support Councillor Collier's motion to amend the agenda.
All right. So, is there any questions to Mr. Pott? Seeing none, thank you for your delegation today. Mr. Clerk?
Thank you.
Councillor Chapman, seconded by Councillor Ash, has moved the direction in the agenda for all items 7.1 to 7.5. Okay. On items 7.1 to 7.5, I will call the vote now. All those in favor? In opposition? Seeing none, that carries. Mr. Clerk, is it 2/3 or simple majority to advance the agenda under the new rules?
Mr. Chair, it's a simple majority to change the order of business on an agenda.
So, Mayor Collier? Okay, thank you.
Yes, Chair.
So your intent is you want to waive the rules to alter the agenda to bring item 11.2 to our point in the meeting now, correct?
Suspend the rules. Yes, thank you, Chair.
Seconded by Mayor Ash. On suspending the rules to bring this item forward, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? In opposition?
Yes.
I see no opposition. So, Mr. Clerk, we'll now, there is a motion on page 47 of your agenda. The item is now before us. It's duly moved by Mayor Collier and seconded by Councillor Anderson. Mayor Collier, sorry.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Sorry, wait 1 second. I actually was calling for a recess at 1:30. Well, okay, members of council, Mr. Clerk, the recess would be in order. Okay. Looking for a seconder on, okay.
It has to specify the amount of time to be recessed.
Okay. You have to specify the amount of time on the recess. Okay. Seconded by Councillor Leahy. So, members of council, there is a motion to recess for 1 hour for lunch. I'll call the vote. All those in favor? In opposition? None. Members of council, to make it easy, it's 1:02 now. We will be back at 2 o'clock, a little less than an hour. The vote carried. We are now in recess. Good afternoon, members of council and staff. I'll call this meeting back to order. Mr. Clerk, roll call, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Electronic roll call is beginning now.
Councillor Shahid just came into the room.
All members are present.
Okay, we're good. Okay, members of council, we have quorum. Just to bring back to where we are in the agenda. We're on item 11.2, the motion that is located on page 47. Mayor Collier, as the mover of the motion, and just get a nod from Councillor Anderson. You are the seconder. Okay, in the speaker box, Mayor Collier. Go ahead, please. Mayor Collier. Mayor Collier, we cannot hear you. But we can, yeah. Okay, we'll try this again. Mayor Collier, can you hear us? Mayor Collier, we still cannot hear you. Okay, Mayor Collier? Mayor Collier? Members of council, I'm going to say we're not going to recess. I'm going to give Mayor Collier 2 minutes to get his technology right, and then we'll have to move along.
Mayor Collier, you may need to check your audio device settings if you're on a mobile device. There may also be a microphone mute button that you need to have disabled.
Hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Thank you. I pulled over and logged off, so there we go. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time repeating what the delegate said. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, everyone, for your patience as I work through the technical difficulties here. Mr. Pothen actually said it very, very clearly. We made a decision last year based on a set of facts. Those facts have very clearly changed. If what he says is true, I have no reason to think they're not. He is a lawyer. Some of the things we've done are against the provincial policy statement. I did bring that up on May of last year as part of our discussion that we were actually technically breaking the law in some of the things were being done. But now, again, as things have changed, all this motion is asking for is a report, asking for our staff to look at what the extra $4,500 acres of greenbelt lands mean to some of the decisions this past council has made, and that we factor in some of those before we make the decision on the official plan amendment that is currently out for review to the public and public consultation. This does not change the process. We will not be making that decision till this time next month to the next council meeting. And I think that's ample time for staff to put together a report that's looking at what the impacts are here today. So I'll end it there. And I expect some healthy and thorough debate on this. And I may have some questions to answer at the end, please, Chair, if you would let me back in, and I will ask for a recorded vote. Thank you.
Okay, the recorded vote is noted by the clerk. Councillor Anderson is the seconder, but you're not on the speaking list. Now you're on the speaking list. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not going to add much to what Mayor Carley has said along with the delegates. It speaks for itself. You know, circumstances have definitely changed exponentially, so it's only prudent to revisit this. I think it's the right thing to do, and hopefully we have the support of the entire council in this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Ash.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm wondering if I could ask a question through you to our Director of Legal Services. The delegate today suggests that we broke the law. I'm wondering if without going in camera to get legal advice, I'm wondering if you could comment on the commentary as opposed to give legal advice. So, because I don't want to receive legal advice and go in camera, but if you could give a comment in regards to it, and then I'd like to speak to the motion, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
So thank you. Mr. Hunt, are you able to give an opinion in open session?
I can give my, I can probably provide some commentary that's suitable for open session, and any more detailed comments or opinions would properly be the subject matter of a closed session if that's suitable.
Okay, go ahead, please.
So I guess I would start by saying, the term law is a broad term, but what we're talking about here, the provincial policy statement, is regulatory in nature, approved under the Planning Act by the Minister and Cabinet. The boundaries of the Greenbelt are similarly regulatory in nature. So the Greenbelt Act is a piece of legislation, but the boundaries themselves are regulations, which was what was changed most recently. The PPS itself actually provides about 2 to 3 pages on how it is to be interpreted. It is right in its name, policy, so people can imagine that it's a document which is subject to a substantial amount of discretion and at times interpretation as to what things like sufficient lands or appropriate intensification, for example, might mean in the circumstances. With respect to jurisdiction, as people in this chamber are familiar, the region did follow the process that's set out and went through all the required steps, including our comprehensive review, and ultimately an approval by this council, which this council was within its authority to do. In fact, the Act specifically sets out council as the final approval authority for an official plan that's submitted to the ministry. Ultimately, the PPS is owned by the minister, and our official plan will be submitted to the minister, and the minister will decide whether or not it complies with their view of the PPS, and if it does not, they will simply change it. So while council is certainly free to act and make changes, in my view, they're not required to do so.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I guess Mr. Hunt agrees with the mayor when he says if the lawyer says it must be true. So I'm going to speak against this motion today. And I know we've had a lengthy day, and I don't want to belabor the point, but the reality is this. Yesterday, 7 of 8 mayors and CAOs and the chair had a meeting about economic development, and the consensus about that was found was about the need to plan, the need to have infrastructure, the need to have serviceable lands for jobs and people. And what this motion talks about today is not just a report. It's about pausing, stopping, deferring, deflecting. And that's not in the best interest of our residents. It opens up the this body, I think, to criticism. It opens it up to political intervention, so that if we're not willing to plan our future, we know the provincial government will. So I'm against the delay. I'm against some of the contentions of the delegates today that talked about Envision Durham process building on the Greenbelt. There is no area that the Envision Durham mapping that is being proposed builds on the Greenbelt. That's simply, and I'll call it inaccurate, a submission to us that we're going to be building on the Greenbelt. That is not the decision of Regional Council. And it's not the decision of the Envision Durham analysis that we're building on the Greenbelt. That simply is not the truth. And we know what the opposite of the truth would be considered. So I'm against this. I think we should continue planning. We've spent millions, literally millions of dollars of time, resources, emotion, and I think it would be foolhardy to put a pause to that process. We will have an opportunity to continue the work and continue the debate and continue the discussion. I think pausing it is not in the best interest of our residents, both current and future, and it's not in the best interest of our business, both current and future, and it's not in the best interest of job seekers, both current and future. So I'm opposed to this, and if my friend Mayor Collier had not called for a recorded vote, I would. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Next in the speaker's box is Councillor Miriam Pietri.
I was just going to call the question.
Sorry, 1 second. I'm sorry, we've updated our rules of procedure. I just want to make sure I'm right. Okay, so members of council, under the rules, that would be in order if there was a second. Seconded by Councillor Ash. So,
Councillor Ash has spoken to it.
oh, you cannot. You spoke to the item. So under our rules, you're not allowed to do that. So Councillor Leahy is the seconder on calling the question. So, Mr. Clerk, I'll need a little bit of guidance. I'm going to call the vote on calling the question.
Recorded vote.
I'm calling the question, but the item is still on the table, right?
Yes, so let's leave the speakers list the way it is. We'll do the vote and see where it goes.
Okay. So recorded vote was called and calling the question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The vote on calling the question will open now. This is a 2/3 vote.
So calling the question fails. So we'll go back to next in the speaker's box. Her request to speak is Mayor Schumer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. And I guess question to staff, because the motion speaks, of course, to a report from staff. Does staff have any idea what the timeline would be for such a report?
Mr. Bridgman?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we could bring a report to the April COW meeting.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't see where this motion is really going to stall too much work. It is going to stall it being brought and well, as it sets consideration of the plan by council. I don't see any work being caused by this. Yes, there's some additional work in preparing this report, but I'm going to support the motion because I think it's appropriate, and I don't see a great stall taking place here. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pickles.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A number of the delegations we've heard from and some of the submissions we received and many of the emails we received as well speak to concerns with the green belt and the lands being taken out of the green belt and Bill 23. And I think all of our respective councils and probably all of us have raised concerns with those, have raised concerns through our councils, through our staff, and to provincial officials. And there's no reason why we can't continue to ask those questions and seek that information. But that really doesn't pertain to our Envision Durham planning process. It's a separate process, and it's the legislated and regulated process that we have been following that has led us to this point in time. So I don't really see the two of them tied together. Through yourself to Mr. Birchman. If I recall, not only through this official plan process, but the previous review of the official plan process, were we not considering how to deal with the growth of the urban area and the white belt lands back several years ago? Maybe it was 10 years ago. We've been working on this process with respect to the urban expansions, and the provincial government had input to that and had postponed that and had sought us to undertake certain works like the Crothers Creek Watershed Management Plan. I want to get an idea of how long we've been working on this. It hasn't been a year. It's probably been a decade or more, if you could provide some clarification.
Mr. Bridgman.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. Going back some years to a previous comprehensive review known as OPA 128, I would say, Chair, that fundamentally what happens is the province releases new forecasts under the growth plan and requires municipalities to bring their plans into conformity with those growth plan population and employment forecasts. So in 2019, the province released new forecasts, and then we were obligated to again do our official plan conformity exercise. 1.3 million people, 460,000 jobs to 2051. And as was pointed out by a previous speaker, we have followed the provincial land needs methodology to the letter. And then going back to May, we made the recommendations and council made the decisions, and we are implementing that land needs decision, which is but one part of the plan. And there's a variety of other policy documents that will guide the growth of the region to ensure that, we have complete, healthy, sustainable communities, etc. So to your question, Councillor Pickles, that's kind of how the process has worked.
Yeah. And I'll just make the point then, Mr. Chair, that, for those people who like to follow due process and follow the provincial direction or legislation, that's what we've been doing for, forever. But this part of the process that I'm familiar with, we've been doing it over for a decade. It's led us through the process. It's led us to hear council-made decisions. Staff continue to do that work, and I think we should continue to follow through with the existing legislated process that we work with. Yes, some other things have entered into the picture, being removals from the Greenbelt and Bill 23, but that's a separate process that shouldn't interfere with the process that we're undertaking, and we collectively and through our own councils are already identifying issues and concerns with that, but I don't believe it should interfere with the Envision Durham process as we've been proceeding for quite some time. I will not be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nicholson. Councillor Nicholson. Mr. Clerk.
Back in the truck.
Direction to Councillor Nicholson, please.
Councillor Nicholson, if you have a red microphone icon, you can click that. It should be gray. please press the request to speak button in the bottom middle again.
Councillor Nicholson? Mr. Clerk, to move things along, I will come back and I'll let you and your team work with Councillor Nicholson, but I will now go to Mayor Roy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. On Monday night, we had a council meeting, and we asked the question to our own Commissioner of Planning. And the question was asked that if we move forward with this motion tonight, what would be the concerns with relation to pausing? And in his opinion, his personal opinion, it was that the province would just move forward anyways. Having been on Whitby Council, but also on Regional Council for the past 17 years, I think one of the aspects that we look at the planning of our community is looking at how we are planning our community, not having somebody else to come in and plan our community. And I think this is as a whole, while we have to respect our green spaces, our conservation spaces, I think collectively for the past 17 years for myself, that has been something that I personally, I'm going to say that my members of council that are sitting around this table do take in consideration. We also signed our pledge on Monday night. And with our pledge on Monday night, we know that we have 18,000 units that we can potentially move forward on. I'm a little bit disappointed that with this being brought forward, and I know the dialogue and discussion that is at place, and I know that going back in the history of what has taken place, I think the biggest issue here is about communication. It's about having a conversation and sitting down and having your issues resolved. And instead of putting all of us into a situation that impacts ourselves as well, I think we need to be looking at how we're moving forward and planning forward, but being willing to have that bold conversation, whether we like the other councillor or the other municipality or not. And I won't have a part of this, so I won't be supporting the motion. And I hope that from the Whitby side, that our support for our planning forward of our future is one that we control and not allow for somebody else to control.
Thank you. Councillor Yamato?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Commissioner Bridgman. Would we be able to move forward with what's being asked in point 1 without having to pause the Envision Durham process? It would, because what I'm getting at it is, with the direction that the province is taking with the release of Greenbelt land, I would think that the implications of the release and development of these lands would be something that would be included in our municipal comprehensive review as we continue to move forward.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. To the first question, no, the process is not being paused. The draft new regional official plan was released broadly for public comment on February the 10th, and it is going to be the subject of a public meeting before the Planning and Economic Development Committee on March the 7th. That's gone out. That meeting is happening. There's a public open house here in this building on March the 6th. We are gathering public input on the draft right now. The process is not pausing. The other half of your question I'd just like to touch on is so everybody is aware that the Greenbelt removal lands are not being included in an urban boundary in this draft. So they're identified as a special study area, recognizing that the province will do whatever they're going to do. But as far as being in a regional urban boundary through this process, that's not what this plan is doing.
Okay, thank you. And when I saw this motion come forward, my major concern was our ability to frame our own destiny. And I had an opportunity for 4 years to be part of planning and economic development and go through step by step as we move through the Envision Durham process. And I think it's been a rigorous process. I think it's been one where there has been open dialogue. There has been ability for residents to be included in the process. As we've gotten to this point, I don't see a reason to press the pause button. I think we understand that the current government is one that could look at what we're doing if we pause the process and say, you know what, we're just going to move forward with the acreage that's been approved by the past council, and then we lose that ability to move forward with what we feel is the right direction for our region. I would prefer that we have that decision-making authority instead of bureaucrats in the government of Ontario. So for me, I will not be supporting this policy, this motion here today, and I will be supporting moving forward with the Envision Durham process, a process that from my experience has been ongoing for the last 4 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brenner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I looked over in great detail the operative clause, and there's two of them in this motion. As we heard from Mr. Bridgman, this isn't about causing a pause. What it is about is understanding what are the implications, what are the ramifications of the adding of the Greenbelt lands as the Government of Ontario is doing. It's not asking us to comment on whether we agree or disagree on the Greenbelt. But what it is asking us to do is to ask our staff to provide a report on what are the consequences. I remind my colleagues, several meetings ago, we heard our staff right here in this chamber say, we don't have the infrastructure to build some of the bridges that are going to be required. I heard our staff say, we don't have the ability or the infrastructure to even be able to currently meet the demands of Seton 2, let alone having to make choices between Greenbelt, Whitebelt, and all the other development. If you do not support this today, bear in mind, our infrastructure is right now nothing more than an elastic band that is being stretched to the point it will snap. When that happens, where do we build? We will not be able to make that decision without knowing what are the choices, what are the consequences. Don't be fooled and be clouded by the fact that this is a delay tactic. Don't be fooled by any misbelief that this is a ploy to try and change a position of the Government of Ontario on green belts, on white belts, or anything else that they're doing in their legislation. This is about us keeping control. This is about us knowing the right facts. We heard Mr. Bridgman say the process of Envision Durham and the official plan is moving forward. We need that information in terms of what does it mean when we're moving forward, because this council will have to make choices and decide what can work and what cannot work. Without this plan, we're blinded, and we are not going to be able to make those decisions, I don't feel, appropriately. If I might, Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask our Commissioner Works a question on infrastructure.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chairman, to our Commissioner of Works, and I'm sure that he'd be able to provide that information. Can you speak about our current situation on infrastructure and what we have capacity for and what we would need capacity for to be able to achieve everything that the Government of Ontario may be requiring us to do here in Durham Region?
So before we start, Mr. Presta is not available this afternoon, and we have acting in his place Mr. Manuel. Mr. Manuel?
Thank you. And through the chair, staff are actually undertaking some studies right now to understand what the implications of the changes from the province are going to mean to the region. So I don't have a definitive answer for you right now about the infrastructure impacts, but that information will be forthcoming.
Thank you. in a sense, so we've heard from staff, they're looking at a report. This is supporting the work that our staff is doing. I'll be voting yes to the notice, to the motion before us today.
Thank you. Councillor Chapman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of things to think about here. One is you're giving more work to the staff, and the staff have been working over the last year to come up with the draft plan. And that's not just the planning staff, the finance have been involved, works have been involved, all sorts of our staff have been involved in to get to that draft plan that we came with on the 10th of February from the direction of council from last year. Council made a decision of where to move with that, and staff have moved forward, and they've been doing all the necessary work. In the context of it won't pause the official plan, well, it won't pause the process that we're going through with the statutory meeting on the 7th of March. But read paragraph 2, that consideration of the new official plan by council not take place until the above-mentioned report has been completed, presented, debated, accepted, whatever other words you want to use. The green belt, and I full kudos to all the people that came out online or in person or sent in emails about worrying about the green belt. And as it's been said a couple times here already, Envision Durham doesn't have any development in the green belt. The province has announced that. The direction from the province hasn't come. And as was stated earlier, that will probably be over and above whatever our needs are that have been identified so far in the regional official plan. This is not the plan that is going to start construction next week. This is looking out into the future, right? We're talking 2031, 41, 51 of the needs of the growing population. As the Minister of Finance said the other day there in the legislature, the number of people that are moving into Toronto or into Ontario, and what are they going to be looking for? A place to live. We know that we need more homes. I'm not suggesting or necessarily agreeing that we need to build on the green belt, but our plan right now does not include building on the green belt. Another thing to consider is what one of the delegates said this morning about the legalities. If we don't do this, and if we allow the building on the green belt, then we have to take it out of the other part of our plan. Well, if that is true, then let's approve the plan, and then we can't approve any development on the green belt because it would be illegal, right? I mean, you can't have it both ways. Let's pause this because we want to change from what council has previously decided, right? This needs to move on. Staff have been working hard on this. We don't need to give them additional work that we can debate back and forth to get to the plan that's been moving along forward. And as Mayor Roy said, if we don't make those decisions, someone's going to make them for us. Do we want to be masters of our own destiny, or do we want to be subservient to another level of government when it comes to this official plan? I support don't support, sorry, I'm voting against this notice of motion for those reasons. Let's get staff, let's get moving on, let's get this official plan done.
Thank you. Members Council, I hear sidebars. I do have excellent hearing. And I will not allow that in this chamber. Today it's about the item before us. I won't allow it at any time, especially right now. And Mayor Foster is been bounced in and out a couple times. Mayor Foster, you are next. Go ahead.
So, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I have been bouncing myself in and out. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. There's a reason I do these things in person. I would be remiss if I did not share with members of Regional Council that in response to Clarington's request, Mr. Bridgman and staff did come speak to myself and Mr. Salazar, who heads up our planning and engineering department. In that it became apparent that anything that would delay or could lead to a delay in moving forward in the process, and this this is designed to potentially lead to that delay, could in fact lead to what Mayor Roy is talking about, where the province simply makes decisions for us. So I want to thank Mr. Bridgman for the time that he spent with us. While we have differences of opinion between the local municipalities and the region, those will continue, and that friction is very good friction. But I will not be supporting this. We need to move forward, and I do not want to march down a path where we are seeing that possibility for the province to step in on it. I'm also going to roll back just very briefly, the history on this, and this was sort of lost, and this, we had a lot of debate. The original vote, was by no means a unanimous vote, but many of us who voted in support of where we are today did so based on the recommendation from our own planning staff. This was our staff that made those suggestions, and I haven't heard anything from my staff at Clarington to suggest that they disagreed with the way that worked out. So, Mr. Chair, thank you. I agree with Mayor Roy. It feels like we have maybe been pulled into something else. I'm cognizant of your comments at the beginning of the meeting that we are wearing regional hats. Later on in the meeting, you are probably going to remind me of that as well. Thank you all.
Thank you. Councillor Leahy.
Thank you, Chair. Again, just to be brief, but I know part of it's been said, but again, we need to respect the process. Like, again, a number of the delegates that came in front of us, as been mentioned before, keep talking about the green belt. Nothing to do with the topic that's here in front of us. We're building on the white belt, Envision Durham's not building on the green belt. I think we need to all say that a lot because there's a lot of confusion in the community around that. We heard on Monday night from our own commissioner, again, like any delay to this regional official plan delays the local plans, as been mentioned by Mayor Roy and Mayor Foster. We're all these different delays, again, to what benefit? To none. This program is moving forward from the process. They wanted to go on to the Greenbelt. They own it. If people are disappointed with the provincial process of doing on the Greenbelt, well, then they should run for the province. That's where they have the opportunity to impact it. Using us as the reason, as a proxy to try and change provincial policy is not going to be successful, and a delay of that is not the best approach. It's been years of process staff are on side. Working through the process, we need to respect that. Another piece that came up, again, a confusion between the impacts of Bill 23 and the DC changes and our plan. They're different things. We have the capability of doing multiple things at once. We can work on our official plan, and we can work with the province to try and deal with the development charge changes and find ways that they can make us whole in other different ways that we've been mentioned. If we can hit our housing target, there is an opportunity for us in some way, shape, or form to manage those development charge changes. So let's do multiple things at once. They're not related. They're separate. We can do all these different things. So anyways, not supportive the motion in front of it. I think it's going to take us a step backwards. I think it would give the province an opportunity to say that, look at regional governments, they can't make decisions, so we're going to make decisions for them. And that's something that we shouldn't be doing. We followed the process. We have a decision to make. Delaying it is, to me, the worst possible thing we could do at this point in time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nicholson?
Can you hear me at this time, Mr. Chair?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. I've got it resolved. When we were in the last major debate about discussing whether we were going to go with whatever various options, I made the argument at the council meeting at that time and many times subsequently that if we don't keep control of the process, the province is going to impose it upon us. And this is before the Greenbelt legislation. This is before Bill 23. This was months before that. And when I made those comments, there were many both in the community and on council who said I was being Chicken Little, that somehow that we have to simply delay the process or reject the process because there's no way the province would step in and impose anything on us. Well, great surprise, within 2 months of that, the province dropped on us the most draconian planning legislation we've seen in generations. And now this motion is suggesting we repeat the process, that we go back into the process and we delay again. and that we stop the process and we cede control of our planning process from this council and from our local tier councils, and let Big Brother at the province decide how Durham Region is going to grow over the next 20 or 30 years. Well, with due respect to those who, in good conscience, have great concerns with what the province is doing, and I share their concerns, the last thing I want to do in this process is invite Mr. Ford and his minions to step in and control the planning process in the region of Durham. And I believe sincerely, whether you are in favor of the current position that the region holds, whether you're in favor of using lands on the White Belt, whether you oppose it, the one thing we should all be united in is being together and saying no to the province coming in and making the decision for us. And if you look at the motion before us, I would expect on part one of the motion that our staff will be doing that anyway, because our staff don't plan in isolation. So whether we continue to proceed with our OP or not, staff are still going to be reviewing the legislation as it moves forward and the boundaries to move forward, and will be telling us the impact of the Greenbelt program on our communities. But it's part two that signals the real intent here. Part two is trying to win through delay what was lost in the last major vote on planning. If the motion had only simply said, give staff, provide us a report on the Greenbelt and its impacts, I think that vote would be unanimous at this council. But someone's been around long enough to understand what the section part two means. And it's not just about housing and building homes. OPs are also building places to create jobs and create investment and to plan communities. And each of our local tiers require that plan in order to do our planning, to create jobs and create communities that are important to the future of not just Durham, but all 8 municipalities. You know, there's nothing to be gained in the Greenbelt debate by this motion. It's being thrown out there and it's being sold to the community as if council votes for this 11-2, somehow it will repudiate our past vote on 2A and other previous votes. And I've gotten many calls from residents who believe that's exactly what 11.2 says. Well, it doesn't. And I believe there's been a concerted attempt to mislead the residents of Durham into thinking that it does. And I think what we have to do is stay the course, continue to develop the OP. We're not adopting the OPs today. We're going through a process, and we're continuing a process, and there will be public meetings, and there will be public input. And so the only reason to delay the process or stall it at this particular time is political, not planning. Thank you.
Next in the chat box is Mayor Watt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if I may, just for clarity, direct this back to Commissioner Bridgman. Did I understand correctly that with the a report coming from staff about the implications of the Greenbelt lands or the release of the Greenbelt lands would in fact not affect our process of where we are in the Envision Durham process or in the regional official plan process?
Mr. Bridgman?
Mr. Chair, through you, just to make sure I understand the question, if what you're saying is, would the preparation of the report slow down, stop the track we're on right now, then the answer would be no. We are proceeding to receive the comments, have the public meeting, and then bring a final plan forward to council at the earliest opportunity.
Thank you, Commissioner. Councillor Nicholson articulated much of my thoughts, and I've struggled with this, trying to figure out what the ultimate goal of this motion is. And as I said, I think Councillor Nicholson has spoken to it, as well as several of my other colleagues. So I appreciate the comments, and I will not be supporting this motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor McCaughey.
Thank you. I'll be brief because much has already been said. But in my mind, if we are pausing what we're working on to accommodate greenbelt lands that we hadn't anticipated in this process, that's like endorsing them. And I, by no circumstances have I endorsed or will I ever endorse releasing more of the greenbelt lands into our built boundaries. So I can't support this. I think we need to be aware of the consequences and perhaps we can circle back on that later, but it should not affect what we are doing with our official plan. So I will not be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Shahid.
Through you, Chair Henry, I have a question for the Planning Commissioner. My question is, I sat with him a few weeks ago to have a better understanding of a few things. And what was explained to me was the fact that the Municipal Act requires us to put this plan in place. I just wanted a bit of reflection on what my understanding at that time was this and if this is true.
Mr. Bridgman.
My apologies, Mr. Chair and Madam Councillor. That HVAC overhead is kind of loud. Do you mind repeating the question?
So when we sat down a few weeks ago, I had a number of questions about understanding a lot of things that are happening. And when we talked about Envision Durham, you said that this is a municipal act, that we have to put this plan in place. So I would like you to highlight that a little bit for me, please.
Thank you.
Go ahead, please.
Through you, Mr. Chair. As I mentioned to Councillor Pickles a moment ago, we are required to bring the regional official plan into conformity with the growth plan, the new growth plan and the growth plan forecasts as they came out a couple of years ago. So we are required to do that process. It's been underway for some time, and if what you're asking in part is the impact, and we talked about this, of the Bill 23 changes on the role of regional planning, and the fact that we don't know when those portions will be proclaimed, but it may very well be before too long. And it was our view as regional planning staff that made it urgent or imperative that we continue the process, not be delayed, and get it completed as soon as we can.
Thank you so much. Through you, Chair Henry, there's another thing that I'd like to highlight. When members of council say something that is illegal, I think that should be really looked at, of why it's being said. I'm not comfortable with being called with something illegal. We look at everything in every aspect. These words should be not said. Let's just put it that way. Thank you.
Thank you. Members of council, that exhausts the, no it doesn't. Councillor McDougall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a question for clarification. I believe it would be through to Commissioner Bridgman. From my understanding, this motion will basically allow the region to plan for the development on the Greenbelt. Is that right? Through you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Bridgman?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. No, I don't see the motion being crafted that it allows anything. The province has put those wheels in motion by removing it from the Greenbelt. I think on the face of it, the motion was asking for some additional detail, and that the Envision Durham process not proceed until that detail had been provided, or that a decision on Envision Durham not take place until the detail had been provided. Wasn't authorizing development in the Greenbelt.
So it's not for consideration in terms of planning, in terms of development in the Greenbelt, then? Through you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Bridgman?
Through you, Mr. Chair, our understanding is that 3 parcels of land in Durham region were removed from the Greenbelt, and it's part of the provincial overall goal of this idea of 1.5 million homes. in the next 10 years, and that collectively 15 parcels across the Greater Golden Horseshoe would account for about 50,000 units. And the biggest of the 15 parcels happens to be that parcel in Pickering.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So no, I'm just trying to get my head around exactly the consideration. If it's not for planning if we're not planning on developing this area, why do we need to consider this as part of Envision Durham? Through Mr. Chair.
How to answer this? Just the fact that, Councillor, it's certainly been our understanding from the province that the province wants to see the lands removed from the Greenbelt developed at some point in time, and the province has levers that we don't, and it'll work with the affected landowners to make sure that happens. But that doesn't stop or change the nature of the planning work that we're doing through the Municipal Comprehensive Review and Envision Durham.
I think for clarification, you're talking two separate items. Envision Durham is one, the Greenbelt lands are the other. Mr. Bridgen?
Yes, Chair. That's a good way of putting it.
So by passing this motion, we're incorporating this into Envision Durham as part of our planning process. Through Mr. Chair.
You may have to repeat the question in a second.
Sorry. By passing this, we're incorporating this into our planning process as part of Envision Durham.
Mr. Bridgman?
Through you, Chair. No, that's not what the motion is doing. We're not asking for the Greenbelt lands to be brought into the process. They are on this other track, as the Chair mentioned, that the province has dictated.
So whether we are passing a motion to bring it in or it's been dictated, we're bringing it into the process. Through you, Mr. Chair.
So I'm going to try it. So our Envision Durham process has nothing to do with the province's decision to utilize Greenbelt lands. It is two entirely separate issues.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I'm just confused because it looks to me like the Envision Durham and the Greenbelt lands are being brought together in this motion. Through Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the effect of the two processes may be, and perhaps, Councillor, this is what you may be thinking about. We are planning as required by the province to 2051. We get these Greenbelt removals, which the province wants to have developed, and the effect of that is to take us beyond a 2051 horizon if you look collectively at the lands across Durham region.
Councillor?
Button. Sorry, I pushed my button, Mr. Chair. I can't help but feel by endorsing this motion, we're approving and incorporating the Greenbelt lands into the Envision Durham process, which is what I've heard opposition from the delegations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, members of council, that exhausts the speakers list. As in the past, we've always allowed the mover of the motion to do a closing. Mayor Collier.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, I've been hoping to get in a while ago. I would like to move an amendment to delete item 2, if I can get a seconder, please. And I'd like to speak to it.
Okay, so you're introducing an amendment to delete. So just give me 1 second.
Recommendation number 2.
I just want to get to the right page. Okay, sorry. 1 second, please. So that would be to delete that the consideration of regional official plan by council not take place. So that's bullet point number 2. It's been moved as an amendment and seconded by Councillor Brenner. So the amendment's now on the floor. Mayor Collier.
Thank you, Chair. To the amendment, and thank you. Great debate, everyone. I appreciate all your input. I feel there's been some confusion as to the intent of this motion. The intent of this motion is to ask for a report to look at what the impacts of the province's decision through Bill 23 to open up 4,500 additional acres in Durham will be to the region with regards to servicing, with regards to timeframe, with regards to the amount of units allocated to each of our municipalities and the rest. There's not an ulterior motive for many of the other things that were suggested today. And so by taking this off the table, hopefully, as Councillor Nicholson said, this will be unanimous because it's asking for a report. The intent of me having item 2 in there in the first place was just, I didn't see if this report came back and showed that we needed to look at some of the other areas, because we've approved 9,000 plus acres of urban boundary expansion, urban settlement area boundary expansion. And now we have 4,500 new acres. What does that do to our original decision? I'm not asking to revisit the decision of May 2022 with regards to the Envision Durham. I just thought that it didn't make sense to make a decision on one with the other outstanding, and I honestly thought this report would be available before the end of March till we made a decision on the official plan. Anyway, I hope this doesn't spark a whole lot of more debate, so I'll make it simple, take this off the table, and just ask for the report to come back to council, as Mr. Bridgman said, should be able to be done by around April, to let us know what the impacts are going to be of these opening of the Greenbelt lands. Thank you, Chair. And I don't think, record a vote, please.
A recorded vote on the amendment?
May as well.
Okay. So next in the chat box is Councillor Nicholson. Councillor Nicholson, there's a long list in the speaker's box. Councillor Nicholson, I would ask that you refrain from some of your choice of words in the last round. Please don't repeat them. Sorry, we can't hear you, Councillor Nicholson.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, I can hear you now. Yes, go ahead, please.
Well, I was trying to figure out which words you were referring to.
One involved a Disney cartoon, and that was disrespectful.
Okay. My concern with, first of all, I have no problem with part 2 being deleted, as I wasn't going to vote for it anyway. But I think we also have to be clear on part 1. If the mover would suggest amending part 1 as well by saying, notwithstanding our continued opposition to the development of the green belt, then we do the study. I'd be much more amenable to supporting that way. My grave concern is knowing the way the province thinks, that if we don't have that clause in there, if we don't make it clear that we continue to oppose the development of the green belt, and we oppose the lands being taken out from the green belt, then the problem is going to see our report investigation as somehow that we're acquiescing in supporting their plan. And I don't believe that's the role of this council, and I don't believe that's the position of this council. I believe this council, as with all the councils in Durham, we oppose the provincial plan to develop in the green belt. And I think we have to reiterate that. So simply removing part 2 is only half of the correction. And I would simply request off the mover, would he consider also amending part 1 to add the words, notwithstanding this regional council's continued opposition to the use of greenbelt lands?
That's it.
Is that something we can ask?
Nicholson, it's substantive. It would have to be an amendment to the amendment.
Okay. Given that we're not on that particular amendment at this time, we're dealing with this part 2. Is it possible for myself or some other member of council to move a further amendment to part 1 subsequent to this vote on part 2?
So we're dealing with the bullet point number 2 now, and you will have an opportunity to speak to the main motion at the appropriate time.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Mayor Ash.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the question be put
On the amendment. Okay, so Mr. Clerk, a seconder on the calling the question was moved by Mayor Barton. So we need 2/3 on this, on calling the question, so we'll have to call for a recorded vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Voting on call to question is open now.
So that gives us our 2/3. So the question is now on item number 2, the deletion. Recorded vote was called on the amendment. So, Mr. Clerk, when you're ready. So, members of council, to help you, so we are dealing. The question was called, so we're actually voting on the amendment that removes bullet point number 2 on page 47. Does any member of council have any questions before I call the vote? Okay, I will call that vote now, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Voting on the amendment is now open. Looking for Mayor Ash. Sorry, could you please tell us your vote?
No.
No.
Okay, so bullet point number 2, Mr. Clerk, has been defeated. We're now on to the main motion with the single bullet point that's on the bottom. We have a number of people in the chat box. First is Council Miriam Pietri. No. No.
I moved the question before, so I did that before.
Oh, just.
And that carried.
And that carried.
Yeah. Right. So do I lose my place? Because I'd like to make a motion that this question be put.
Okay, so just. So he did have the floor last.
Mayor Ash is in the speakers list currently. I suggest going through the list till he comes out to call the question.
Yeah, you're next in the speakers list.
Thank you.
Okay. Councilor Miriam Pietri.
I'll put that motion.
Okay, so Councilor Miriam Pietri is calling the question on the motion, seconded by Mayor Ash. So wait a second.
Miriam Pietri and Ash have both spoken to the main.
You've both spoken to the main motion. Sorry, you cannot.
No, I haven't spoken yet.
I'm going through the notes.
Sorry.
So you called the question. So wait a second, please.
I didn't speak though.
Okay. So, Councilor Miriam Pietri, according to the clerk, and I'm sorry I didn't track it, so the clerk's tracking it. You didn't ask any questions, so the calling the question is in order. You will need a seconder.
I can't.
You can't, but Mayor Carter can. So Mayor Carter has seconded calling the question. You have so we have that there. Do you have a procedural question, Councillor Crawford? Okay. I push your request here. Okay.
What are we voting on?
So, right now, we're calling the question on this item, which means if this passes, then we will have to vote on this item.
With the removal of that
Second
one
paragraph
is
has
gone.
already been removed.
Okay. Okay.
So you're clear.
I'm clear. Thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Clerk, trying to figure out 2/3 by hands is difficult, so record a vote on this, please. I'm calling the question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On calling the question on the motion as amended, the vote is now open.
Okay, so calling the question passes. Now the main motion is on the floor and the vote, Mr. Clerk, a recorded vote was called for this item. And I can call that vote now, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Voting on the main motion as amended begins now.
Okay, the motion is defeated. Members of council, we're going to go back into our agenda. if you could turn to item number 8, reports related to delegations and presentations. So 8.1 is the first one. It's item 1 of report number 2 of the Works Committee, an update on the proposed clear bag pilot. The recommendation, is in Works, page 42. So we're in the Works Committee agenda, item 1, located on page 42. Okay. We need, sorry, 1 second, please. So members of council, to get this item on the floor, we need a mover and a seconder. So Councillor Yamada, you're moving this? Okay, I'm looking for a second. Councillor Leahy is seconding. The item is now on the floor. As the mover, Councillor Yamada, did you want to speak to it?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I won't be supporting moving forward with this clear plastic bag pilot. I think the price tag is too much. I think what we've seen in terms of past pilots and how well they work going forward is an indication, to me at least, of how of what we're probably going to see if we spend the money. I think moving forward with the diversion of diapers and et cetera out of the regular stream, I think will add to the amount of garbage bags that people are putting out. We will see an overall reduction naturally. So I won't be supporting the pilot, and I'll be staying true to my vote at committee. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Leahy is the seconder.
Sure, I'll keep it really brief. And the mention of speed, costs too high, the benefits too little. Can't support. Thanks.
Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Chair. Just a question to staff. So the entire intent to defer to 2025, was that as a result, like if staff were given the choice between scrapping the program or pushing to 2025, what would staff's preference be? Is that an appropriate question, Chair?
I can ask, I'll go to Mr. Manuel.
Through the chair, I don't believe I'm in a position to answer that question. That would be a question that would be better suited for Mr. Presta.
Fair enough. Ultimately, I tend to agree with the mover and seconder. It doesn't make a lot of money for a trial that we've done repeatedly. The results from Markham, as the example that one of the delegates had, it was significant, but not a drastic change that I think would. I don't think Durham would have those same results, personally speaking. And we already have other things in the hopper ready to go. So ultimately, I don't think I will support. I think I will support the Works Committee recommendation of scrapping the program. Thank you, Chair.
Mayor Foster.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and certainly the Works Committee heard my concerns and my disappointment with us. This simply leaves the door open in 2025 after seeing what the results may be in 2024 of the expansion to the organics portion of this. Anything that we can do to delay the expansion of the EFW is in the benefit of the entire region. We talk about cost benefit. The cost of expanding that EFW is significant. If there is a 10% reduction, if people are just that little tiny bit more cognizant of what they are putting in the waste, that buys us more time on the EFW. And we all know the cost of the EFW. I did it Works. It was a plaintiff plea. I don't know that this council understands how disruptive the EFW has been for a decade at Clarington Council. And I can tell you how disruptive it will be when the need comes up to move forward with that. There were a number of things said at the Works Committee meeting. Yes, amongst some people, this is not a popular notion. We in Clarington are sticking our own chins out here, saying, let's do the pilot in Clarington. I heard a comment that, if the pilot is successful, it's designed to go right across Durham Region. Well, of course it is. And I would hope if it were successful, if we truly believe in climate change, if we truly believe in dealing with waste, that everyone would embrace it. And if it's not successful, well, then we won't. Clarington did have a clear bag pilot. It was at least partially in Curtis any number of years ago. And over the holidays, that was not entirely poorly received. I was the local councillor at the time that went forward. So if we can reduce the amount of waste, why wouldn't we? I thought that's what we were around the table to do. And if in fact a significant number of people are opposed to this and angry of this, it's Councillor Wu, Councillor Anderson, and I who are saying Clarington's willing to step up and see if there is a partial solution to be provided. I will be very disappointed if Regional Council shuts the door on even considering this in 2025, which is what you're doing. You're shutting the door on even considering it. Mr. Chair, I will not be supporting this, and I will voice my significant disappointment if this passes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me this round as well?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I think the debate is getting a little off circle here, in my view. I don't believe that we're going to save anything with this so-called pilot. To me, it's like we're going to take $500,000 and we're ask people to invent the wheel again. For those that believe that this is a good thing, they can rely on Markham and the other 40 communities that have done it, and we don't have to then do a study. We know what their position is, and if they believe that that's a benefit for Durham, then they can cast their vote at this council based on that information. To suggest somehow that we're going to spend $500,000 to do a study, and then if people don't like it, we're going to simply say no, and all that money is just a waste, I think is disingenuous. I think what we have to do is be straight with our people. I believe, and I guess we'll determine if I'm right or wrong when this vote comes up today, but I believe the vast majority of the residents of Durham Region and the councillors of this council do not support this plan. And they will not support it in 23, they will not support it in 24, they won't support it in 25. I'd rather take that money for that pilot project and use those funds to increase communication and education, to get people to work with us, to reduce the waste that's being generated, to learn more about how we can manufacture savings in the long run. To simply suggest we're going to do a study, and somehow it's going to suddenly convince the world that they're going to change their minds, and 700,000 people are going to say, no, we were all wrong. We definitely want this clear bag study. I think we're ignoring the fact that there are many in our communities who look at this as a negative, that they don't want their garbage being checked and going through analysis. They don't want somebody looking at a bag that says, oops, we by mistake, we put one thing in there, so we're going to leave the garbage sitting on your front lawn or sitting in your condo or sitting on your housing types. I'd rather say our energy put into education, communications, and things that will encourage the community on a positive way. I believe just if we simply go to the the plan that some are suggesting, it really is almost a punishment. It's almost like you're telling people, if you're not going to agree to do it our way, we're eventually going to reach out and come up with some kind of plan that's going to impose it upon you, regardless of whether you like it or not. And I'm just not willing to make that step. I think the vast majority of people don't want it, and that's how I'll be voting.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Wood.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. And that was, if I could say.
That wasn't. Oh, sorry. If somebody has an open microphone. We're good. Go ahead, please.
No, when you speak about disingenuous, and I look back, and you just have to go through the minutes of Oshawa City Council back in January 21st, 2008. And those that voted on the region of York and Durham agreed to continue to support an aggressive residual waste diversion and recycling program in order to achieve and exceed on or before December 2010 the 70% diversion and recycling rate. And just see who supported that and who isn't, has comments to that. We are not at 70% diversion here in Durham region. That is in the toolbox. This is a pilot project. The next report, in my opinion, is linked to this one. But again, within the toolbox, we basically say that the region is continues to seek additional opportunities to optimize diversion. If I look at this Clear Bag program, it's different than the other ones. We have coming forward in 2024, the Organic Waste Management Program, and taking items out of the waste stream and putting it in the green bin. We also have the extended producer responsibility of taking items out. This is just another way of ensuring that our residents are working with us to reach that diversion rate. It's a pilot project in Clarendon. If it works, great. If it doesn't, then we don't continue it. But give it a chance. It's in our toolbox. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity, Chair, to speak to this. You know, I'm disappointed in what I'm hearing. This is in Clarendon. None of our residents want it, but we're a region and we take it, we accept that. All we're asking is to minimize the risk of folks' health by restricting what goes into the incinerator. What goes in comes out. That's a fact of life. You know, so when I see we're going to put a premium or a cost on humans' health, that's troubling to me. And you know what? This is something that I am so worked up about. You know what? We have all of Durham, most of Durham refuge in Clarendon. That's fine. But at least all we're asking is to make sure that we keep our residents safe and we do our best to do that. That's all that does. The Clear Bag program works. And this is a 150-page report from Peterborough that says that. They go as far as Halifax. And they are implementing that. They're not having a pilot. They're implementing it based on past experience and because they want to protect the health of their residents. This doesn't just affect Clarendon. Actually, most of the population that this is closer to is in Oshawa. So I am appalled to see that they don't care about the health of their own residents, and that's what this is saying. I'm going to be as blunt as I can as that. And I'm going to make sure that's delineated to every resident around that, look, we're trying to do this to keep our community safe, and we're all in this together. That's what regional government is about. I don't come here and talk about just Clarendon. I'm talking about what's in the best interest of the entire region. But I have noticed I don't see that here. So does regional government really work if we're not working to assist each other? You know, so that's my rant on this, and I'm serious about this. This is something that we should take seriously. And we're staff, so I'm recommending that you support staff report on this. It's a pilot. I don't think it went far enough. They should say we are implementing the darn thing, but we're just looking at it to make sure that the expansion, if it doesn't require an expansion, it doesn't happen. And this may very well prevent that expansion, which is a lot more costly than implementing this program. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilor Kahi?
Thank you, Chair. I think if we're all in this together, we need to recognize that $500,000 could go a very long ways in educating the entire community of Durham Region in how the new initiatives coming forward can reduce our bag count. I would be much more interested in that bag reduction than to change an opaque bag to a clear bag. My son lives in Aurelia. I can tell you that they're not fans of this, and these are young people that have been raised in my house that separate their trash. They separate it religiously. They don't like the privacy issues that it brings on. And I can tell you that the garbage collectors up there don't necessarily leave bags behind if there's things in them that they see. So we're putting the onus on that garbage collector to police our residents. That's a lot to put on somebody that drives a truck for a living that's picking up thousands of garbage bags every day. So I think that we need to really consider the unintended consequences of what will happen if we go down the route of a clear bag. A good example would be, in Whitby, we have this great Whitby Green Standard. We decided to reduce our greenhouse emissions. We would take the garbage cans out of the parks and tell people to carry their garbage home with them so they could sort it properly. They leave the garbage in the parks. So, with all due respect, what we need is a really good communication program where we can explain to people why we're doing this, what the diapers and the dog feces, everything's going into the green bin. It's going to be changed. We're changing the process. There's so much potential to divert that way with $500,000 in an education program rather than policing a clear plastic program that I think people are going to react badly to, drive just north of the intensified area and drop it all on Columbus Road. So, I really don't think it's a good idea. And this isn't about us against Clarington. I think it's the whole region needs to do a better job in educating everyone what we're doing so we can all own it and really be proud of what we can do. Thank you.
Okay. Mayor Barton.
Hey, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I want to say that I'm really proud of what we've done from a waste perspective. The EFW from a climate change perspective is a huge step forward. It means that we're putting less carbon into the atmosphere. This was something that happened before my time here, but I'm very proud of it. And I believe what we're doing today with organics is another huge step forward. When we add, putting these additional organics into our green bin, running them through an anaerobic digester, when we add all the changes that are going to happen from a blue box perspective in the next couple of years, I think that's a lot of change for our residents. We've looked, your own reports from Works state that the clear bags has an impact short term, but long term it doesn't. And I think we need to trust our staff and realize that this is probably not the best bang for our buck. But to make sure that our residents fully understand the changes in organics, I think is the right step forward. And to put that additional communications resources there, I think will really help us. Again, if I was convinced that clear bags would make a meaningful change, I would make that difficult decision and do it. I just don't think it will have the impact that we're looking for. I think it'll confuse the residents of Clarington and the residents across the region, and I don't think it's the right step forward. And respectfully to our colleagues in Clarington, love you guys. I just don't support it. Thank you.
Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not supporting. I'm supporting not doing the clear bag program. I have asked my residents. My residents are not in favor of this. And it was suggested that if the incinerator was sitting in Ajax, that my position might be different. But we have a pipe that goes into Lake Ontario takes a lot of waste from York Region that I'm also not in favor of. So, municipalities have things that are in their municipality that we're not really in favor of, and I got to deal with it. And so I just don't, I think everyone says, oh, it's just a pilot. The thing with the pilot is if it's successful, that baby's rolled out across the region, whether you want it or not. So I am not in favor of even starting the pilot. And we're saving a lot of money with recycling being diverted to the private sector, and we're using that savings to be able to go into this expand the green bin. The biggest offenders are the multi-res units that are not separating anything, and if we can somehow tap into that and get all of that separated, we're going to reduce organically the garbage that's going into the incinerator. So I just don't, I'm not in favor of this. I'm done.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Neal.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mr. Chair. And no, I'm not in favor of getting rid of the clear bag pilot program. And I'll tell you why. If we're going to nickel and dime health in our airshed and say that it's not something that is important to us, then that's what we're saying here today in regards to this. We have a chance to improve the airshed in Durham Region, especially along the, as Councillor Wu pointed out, I was there in 2008 when I made, and I think you were there too, Mr. Chair, when we decided we wanted a healthier airshed along the lakeshore. Well, this is the chance to do it. If it's inconvenient to separate the garbage, it was inconvenient to a lot of people when the blue box came out, because I took the complaints there as well. I've been around here a long time, and I've taken the complaints about blue box and what should be separated. So this clear bag that's been brought forward in Peterborough, as Councillor Anderson pointed out, and the delegations that were here today, Ms. Gasser and Ms. Bracken, they know what they're talking about, because Ms. Bracken is a resident of that area, and when she mentions PM 2.5, the particles that we can't get rid of, then like something should say, we have to do something to correct this, and this is a step in the right direction. So I don't know if a recorded vote's been asked or not, but if Durham Region is serious about the health of its and the health of its residents, then this is what this is about here today. Thank you.
So, Councillor Neal, a recorded vote has not been called, but will be now. So you've asked for that. Councillor McDougall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just for clarification, but clear bags. I understand the reasoning for this, but personally, I support. We've got 6 people in my house. We don't produce 2 full bags of garbage in 2 weeks. Garbage reduction is garbage reduction, whether it's in a clear bag or an opaque bag. I personally don't believe clear bags are going to burn any clearer than an opaque bag. So personally, I support a bag reduction in the long run, not whether it's clear or opaque. And I think, in terms of our climate change initiative at the region, thinking of Mr. McVeigh, but, the circular economy is coming forward towards us. And our large producers, and unfortunately I'm going to point to like corporations in terms of your Walmarts and Costco's, where we all go and buy, items that come in bulk. These are our big producers as to our garbage, as to where it's coming from. You want to support having less waste, and go to your Willow Trees and Pingle Markets and places that use much less packaging to get the items to you. So I'm not going to support a clear bag project on the value of that's going to guilt everybody into producing less waste. I think societally we can do better and more than what this will do. Thank you.
Okay, members of council, this has exhausted the speakers list. And Mr. Clerk, a recorded vote on item 1 of the Works Committee recommendations, the update on the proposed clear bag. There was a recorded vote called by Councillor John Neal. So, Mr. Clerk, you can call the vote now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Voting on the recommendation of the committee is now open.
Okay, so Mr. Clerk, the recommendation that's before you carries. Members of council, we'll now move on to the second item that resulted from this morning's meeting. Earlier is item 8.2, item number 3 of report number 2, the Works Committee meeting, the Organics Management Plan. And members of council, you'll find it on page 42 of your agenda. And if I can get a mover and a seconder on this item, please. Moved by Councillor Shahid. Mayor Foster, were you moving that? Mayor Foster?
Mr. Chair, no, I was going to move something different, so I guess I'm going to end up speaking to it.
No, well, wait a second. So it's been moved by Councillor Shahid. I'm looking for a seconder, Councillor Mulcahy. So the item is now on the floor. As the mover, no. As the seconder, Councillor Mulcahy, no. Okay, so Mayor Foster on the item.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is deja vu all over again, almost with the clear bag. So I will be delighted to support staff's recommendation that if we're moving forward with organics, significantly more organics going into compost, for lack of a better word, we should be reducing bags. And so some pseudo history is being made here. I agree 100% with Councillor Neal. Some of us have been around long enough to remember when the blue bin was not met with enthusiasm. When I was a kid, we threw everything in the garbage and we put out as much garbage as we wanted to. Can you imagine what the world would look like today if we had started doing this 50 years ago? This is just not rocket science. And again, we've got an opportunity to reduce what people are putting out. I'm apologizing for the noise in behind. I'm in the middle of a construction zone here. You've got an opportunity to reduce waste. So I would support what staff recommended on this. It just seems like a logical outcome, quite frankly. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I love this program. I have 2 dogs, but I love this program. And I love the idea that it's going to be expanded into the multi-res. I would love to see it expanded into schools. I don't know if that's even on the radar at all. But for multi-res and new developments, how does that work? Like, do you need individual municipalities to be making motions to have that included into site plans when they're approving that process? Like, how do we ensure that actually happens? It's one thing to have it on paper, but how do we ensure that it actually happens on new builds?
Okay, I will go to Mr. Manuel.
Through the chair, I think any support we can receive from the local municipalities to advance these changes would be appreciated.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nicholson. Councillor Nicholson?
Can you hear me, Mr. Chair?
Yes, I can.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I support the staff plan. I think it's finally a very progressive and positive step to bring in the multi-res. I think that's something that's probably 20 years overdue. It's important that we now have more going into recycling than we had previously. It's not simply going to waste and being burned. That's a very positive step. The only real issue of contention that is in this plan is whether that are we going to move immediately from 4 to 3 bags per residence immediately upon the start of the process, or are we going to wait to see in fact what the impact is going to be off the changes before we make the change to a lesser collection amount? The one thing I think we're all missing in the debate is you can still have 3 bags and have the same amount of garbage that you put into 4 bags. What you do is you just cram more into the bags. And therefore we have more potential for repetitive stress injuries among our staff. And we haven't actually reduced the amount of waste by weight that we're collecting. We're just jamming in 3 bags instead of 4. If we can use our energy in working with our residents to increase the diversion, to take the steps that Councillor Crawford talked about, getting schools involved and other businesses involved and commercial involved and multi-res, that will have far more impact than just this arbitrary, we're going to pick the number 4 or 3 out of the sky and say this is some magical solution. I think we also have to keep in mind that even among people today, there are 20% of those in our community who are being collected who can't meet the current deadline because they got either larger families or larger impacts. Yes, it's easy to say my family can pass the current plan and therefore I should impose my view on everybody else. But there are lots of people who have large families who can't. And by arbitrarily suggesting that we're going to not only do the carrot and stick approach, we're going to give you this great new plan on diversion, and we hope you buy into that. We hope you divert your diapers, and we hope you divert your waste, and that you do more into the blue boxes and then more into the green boxes. And those are all concepts. But if you don't, we're going to whack you with a stick by saying now we're going to go after you and reduce your ability to put 4 bags out by reducing it to 3. And I'm not sure that sends the right message. I'd rather do it cooperatively. I'd rather do it by education. I'd rather do it by communication than putting this penalty in at the very beginning of the process before we know what the impact is going to be. Secondly, and this is probably it's really awkward for me as a regional councillor because the community where I live, this plan is not going to impact if you go down to 4 down to 3, because we don't have that plan in Oshawa. Oshawa has no intent of changing from the 4. Whitby and Oshawa collect the garbage through a different process than 6 other municipalities do it through Durham. So now we're going to have communities side by side where one community is going to be potentially collecting only 3, and the next community 1 block over is going to be collecting 4. And I think that's going to cause some discord among the residents in our community. So once again, we're going to create discord rather than communication. And I'd much rather understand the impact of these new changes and what they actually are going to impact over the next 6 to 12 months before we ever jump on the decision of lowering the number of bags per household. Therefore, I will always support keeping the current bag level, but I wholeheartedly support the direction we're heading in. And I think if we put our energy into communications and education, we'll achieve far more than trying to use the carrot and stick approach. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Members of council, that exhausts the speakers list. So on the item, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Members of council, we'll now go back to our committee reports tab. If you could turn to page 37 in your agenda. We'll start. First of all, I just want to confirm that Mayor Ash and Councillor Leahy, you're still on the line.
Mayor Ash is connected remotely. I'm not sure he hasn't activated it.
Yeah. So, Mayor Ash, as the mover, I'll have to hear you or see you. Okay.
Ash is here. I'm present and moving the motion.
So you're moving it. Councillor Leahy is not here. I will need a seconder from Finance. So from Finance, Councillor Gerard. I will get that right one of these days. Gerard. You are in Finance? Okay. So moved by, it's now that the recommendations contained in item 1 to 4 on the report number 2 of Finance Committee be adopted. Members of Council, pulse. Mayor Foster, are you looking to pull something?
I am. Item 4, please, the Transit Service and Financing Strategy.
Okay. On the remainder, all those in favor? In opposition? Seeing none, that carries. Mayor Foster, item number 4, which is the transit service financing plan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of questions through you to Mr. Holmes. And again, I apologize for the noise in the background. We're looking for a ridership increase of 127%. This would bring us back up to post-pandemic levels. Is there any indication that that is happening?
Thank you, and through the chair. The report is looking at the 10-year strategy would increase our revenue service hours by 120% by 2032. Our plan for achieving pre-pandemic ridership, it has been 2025, but through January, we're already experiencing days and weeks where we are exceeding pre-pandemic ridership. So we're really hopeful that that trend will continue through 2023, and we can advance return to pre-pandemic ridership by sometime in 2024.
Okay, that's fantastic news, because I was looking at the ridership 2022 to 2023 on the chart, and a big bump. So great news. If I look again at that chart, you're anticipating a 4.45 tax increase in 2025 specific to transit alone. Am I reading that correctly?
Thank you. Through the chair, I will ask if Commissioner of Finance may help me out a little bit. But again, it is a 10-year plan based on known funding to date and what that requirement is. And it is, to use a colleague's term, a little lumpy at this point, which is why we need to look at on an annual basis how we can smooth that out. But I will ask the Commissioner if she has any additional information she wants to share.
So through the chair, this is a plan for to achieve outcomes over a 10-year window. The cash flow around creating that plan is, I'll say again, we'll use this lovely technical term that Nicole coined, is lumpy. What we've said in the recommendations is that we want council's mindset to understand that we'll endeavor to have it at around 2 every year. There are some things that we are working on and will continue to work on to offset some of those peak years, and some of that has to do with lobbying, and that's one of the reasons for some of the recommendations in this report, so that we have the tools to speak to the province and the federal government to try to get some additional revenues in there that would offset that. So really it's to put in council's mind that an annual 2 pertaining to transit is going to be necessary, and that we are going to endeavor to keep to that and to smooth out to the best of our ability. There's a lot of unpredictable things at this point in time.
Ms. Taylor, thank you. So you're right, it is lumpy. Glad to know that we are looking at a longer term plan, and I think there are a couple of years where we're looking at budget decreases. And I will be delighted if we see this. Are we going to be, and I keep asking the same question, but of different reports, are we going to be reporting on how close we are to targets on this?
So through the chair, I will answer partially, and then I'll refer that to General Manager Holmes. From an overall perspective, the other presentation that was at Committee of the Whole had to do with the dashboards corporately and reporting on those. So we do have those public measures that we are putting out with respect to that globally, but specific to transit, I believe the General Manager reports quite frequently, but I'll let him reply.
Thank you. And through the chair, we've really advanced our data analytics program at DRT, and every month now we are reporting on our ridership for the month and other factors. So we will be tracking this on a monthly basis and reporting annually as well as we move forward, as well as the financial performance.
So, Mr. Holmes, I'll be more interested in, again, annually, have we been close or not? And I will reiterate my comments at the COW meeting that, to my mind, if we have not met a target, if we're improving, that's wonderful. But if we haven't met a target, we shouldn't be identify things as yellow or green. We didn't meet that target. Last question, and I'll be quiet, I promise. Well, for now, anyway. Mr. Holmes, have you taken a look at certain routes now, particularly getting to the GO train? And the reason I ask is I've got a bus stop right across from my house. It would be wonderful, given the state of parking at the GO train, to be able to jump on the bus and get to the GO train. It's about a 10 or a 15-minute drive for me right now. But because of the transit routes, it would take well over an hour to get along to that. Has thought been put, and I'm pretty sure you're going to say yes, but has thought been put on, on trying to get people where they need to get? And again, the GO train, we're looking at expansion someday. How are we doing with that?
Thank you. And through the chair, the reason that we came forward with this report is to identify the need to advance transit across the region. 30-minute or 60-minute frequency is not going to get people to jump on a system and then have to wait. And we heard from some of our delegations at Tech and FNA regarding if you miss a transfer and how long it takes. So we do know that investment in transit in Durham has been on the lower side compared to our comparative transit agencies. And this plan, if approved, will move us closer to the average in terms of the level of service provided. And I'll let Christopher talk in detail, but the plan does support greater access, more frequency, more access to routes across the entire network. That will touch every municipality that we have, so that people can rely on us. They don't need to think. They can show up at the bus stop. They know there's going to be a bus every 15 to 20 minutes, if not more sooner, and they can make their transition to where they're going. So I will ask Christopher if he can respond to that.
So Mr. Holmes, I'm going to interrupt. Thank you, but that wasn't really the point of it. It's not so much the frequency. So I could hop on the bus and quite frankly, I wouldn't mind planning around it, but a very short car ride for me, and this may be specific. I know I'm getting very specific. A very short car ride for me to get to the GO train station is a very long bus ride. I've got to go to the Oshawa Center. I need to transfer, and because of the length of that bus ride, it is not convenient or practical, particularly around the GO train stations. Are we looking to see how we give people better access? We will talk. I'll tell you, we'll talk offline on that, because this might be an Adrian problem, not a Durham region problem.
So,
Mr. Chair, thank you. Mr. Holmes, thank you.
So, Mayor Foster, I'm going to get our CAO to comment, but before that, it has been a vision for many members of this council to get the GO train out all the way to Clarington. And it's going to take a few more years even after the announcement to do that. But I would expect that our transit, our leaders in transit under Mr. Holmes will be planning routes to meet the needs of a train that is in your community, as well as in Oshawa and in Curtis. But I'll have our CAO comment. Elaine, I know you're in the meeting. Oh, you're on mute.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm very sorry I'm not there in person. I just wanted to respond to the status of the GO East extension. The report coming out of our education session that we had last month will be coming to the March Council, and we continue to be on track with respect to our schedule to have whatever approvals we need from the province to finance our station strategy by the end of the second quarter of this year. We'll continue to update council on that as we proceed, but there will be a report before you at the next cycle. Thank you.
So Mr. Chair, thank you. And I'm not articulating myself clearly enough. So we know it's going to be a number of years before the train comes, but for people that need to get to the train today or don't because there's no parking, and I will speak with Mr. Holmes, but the concern is the service adequate for existing residents of Durham region to get to GO trains without the necessity of driving there? But I will, so that's now today. I will follow up with Mr. Holmes. It might be, he might give me an answer saying, yes, they're doing all that they can do. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you for taking that conversation offline. Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. I keep asking because we keep going on and off here. So my apologies if it's getting somewhat redundant. I would like to request, if it's within the rules, that items E and F be voted separately from items A through D. Is that within the rules?
motion to divide.
Yeah, we would need a motion to divide E and F from the rest.
Then I'd like to make that motion, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, you'll need a seconder on the motion. Seconded by Councillor Miriam Pietri. So now we'll vote on division. Members of council, is just so what we're doing is we're going to vote. Councillor Nicholson, just for my curiosity, we're going to vote on E and F together. Is that correct?
That works for me.
Okay. So members of council, when we vote on division, so we'll be voting on items A, B, C, and D, and then E and F we'll vote on separately. So on the motion to divide, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? In opposition? 3 in opposition. That carries. So councillor Nicholson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I appreciate the council support for the division.
Okay.
It's an awkward vote for me because I do support the direction we're heading in. But as members of council are aware, I'm not an avid supporter of our current fare plan for 2 reasons. One, I think if we want to raise revenue, get more ridership and increase and meet our targets, stop punishing people for riding the bus, because the financial cost of riding the bus here in Durham is very onerous to many in the community, especially those that are caught between low income and upper income, and I call it the working community. For people who take the bus once in a while, $4.35 for a trip, it's unconscionable in my view. I think it has, in fact, impacted our ridership. And it's not just COVID. The ever increasing rates that we put on our transit users to ride the buses, I believe, is actually chasing riders away. And I think we would achieve a lot more revenue in the long run and encourage more people to use our system if our actual user rate was lower. It's a typical economic structure. You actually can raise more revenue by charging lower fees because more people will generate revenue as opposed to ever increasing the fees from a limited few. So I have some real problems with the process. I've also expressed before, and I'll express it again, I don't like the idea of punishing people because they actually pay money as opposed to credit cards. I think, or buy a Presto card. I think we need to have a system where people, if they want to pay cash, they can pay cash. And I've been the minority in that view, unfortunately, in the past, and I may be again, but I want to be consistent with my position. I think that given the fact that people are still recovering from COVID, that people are still trying to rebuild the relationship with Durham Transit, trying to get access to better routes and better systems, to raise the fees again is simply not productive. And I think it's going to negatively impact our revenues, not positively impact them. Adding 10 cents doesn't sound like a whole lot, but when you're adding 10 cents to an already onerous amount, then it's just rates are too high. And I think that's a simple equation in my view. I'd rather see us reduce some of our rates for a year or two and see what impact that has on ridership, because I believe quite sincerely, if we lowered our ride rate, we would achieve more ridership and more revenue in the long run. And when I look at the cost of Durham Transit compared to the City of Toronto Transit, we're paying more to ride on the buses in Durham than it costs to ride in the buses in Toronto and the TTC. And I just think, you don't improve service by making it more expensive to ride. I think you improve service by encouraging people to join your system. And for many of those in the community, transit is their only option.
Councillor, you must wrap up.
Yeah, I'm just going to finish and stress that point. Transit is their only option, and they're paying more than they should. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I would ask for a recorded vote on parts E and F.
Okay, thank you. With no one, seeing no one in the speaker's box, Mr. Clerk, nobody online. Members of council, I'm going to call the vote on A, B, C, and D right now. All those in favor? In opposition? None. That carries. Members of council, recorded vote has been called on item E and F. We'll do them together, Mr. Clerk, when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A recorded vote on recommendations E and F will start now.
Okay, so E and F carry. Okay, thank you. Members of council, continue just to push through this, or does anyone need a break? Push. Okay. So we'll move on to Planning and Economic Development Committee. It's located on page 39 of your agenda. Moved by Councillor Chapman, seconded by Councillor Pickles. That recommendations contained in items 1 to 3, inclusive of report number 2 of Planning and Economic Development Committee be adopted. Polls. Okay, Mr. Clerk, any online? Okay, then seeing no polls, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? In opposition? Seeing none, that carries. Members of council, we'll move on to our Works Committee. It's just give me 1 second. Okay, members of council, we have done with items 1. Mr. Clerk, I think my notes are different. We've dealt with items 1 and 3.
That's correct.
Here it's marked
2, 4, and 5.
So, okay, I'm sorry. Mr. Clerk, you were right. So members of council, moved by Mayor Barton, seconded by Councillor Marin Pietri, that items contained recommendation contained in items 2, 4, and 5 of the Works Committee agenda be adopted. Polls. Seeing none online, Mr. Clerk. If there are no polls on the recommendations, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? None, that carries. Members of council, if you could turn to page 44 of your agenda, I will need a mover. Thank you, Councillor Chapman. I need a seconder. Councillor Yamada. That recommendations contained in items 1 to 3, inclusive of report number 2 of the committee of the whole, be adopted. Polls. You'll find it on page 44 of your agenda. Okay, online, Mr. Clerk? None? Okay, I will call the vote then. All those in favor? In opposition? Seeing none, that carries. Pardon? Sorry, just you're getting ahead of me, but thank you. Okay, so if you could turn to page right after Committee of the Whole, it is notice. This is the notice of motion we're on now.
No, we're on the MOU for the casino.
Oh, sorry. Okay, thank you. Just give me 1 second. Moved by Councillor Pickles, seconded by Mayor Barton on the recommendations within the report. Councillor Pickles.
Thank you. And I jumped on that because Mayor Ash asked me to introduce it when he had to leave the room. So I just wanted to recognize that going back to 2012, when Councillor Ash and I brought the motion forward for a willing host for the casino, we had included revenue sharing with the region at that time, initially as part of this motion. We know it's not required, it's voluntary, And although we know not all municipalities do share revenue from their casinos with their neighbors, in this case, we thought it was the right thing to do. So very pleased that it's here before us today with the upside of $6 million a year to the region. And just to update my colleagues that this was ratified at the Pickering Council meeting on Monday evening. So it's been dealt with there already. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Foster.
That was very polite.
Mayor Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just curious, the agreement expires December 31, 2026. Is the anticipation that the agreement will be extended, renegotiated, or are we looking at a limited amount of time for that revenue sharing?
Okay. Mayor Foster, I'm going to go to our CAO.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. It's anticipated that it would be renewed, but it would be subject to ratification by the new councils.
Okay, wonderful. That's good. And I've got to thank Pickering. You know, again, it is not required to share with the upper tiers. I will make the observation, and for my friends in Pickering and for the revenues that Ajax got on their casino, congratulations, wonderful. But the province really is creating haves and have-nots here. I mean, those are significant amounts of money. And Mayor Ash, no, I guess maybe you're not there. I can't quite see, but you know, to all of my friends in Pickering, congratulations. We are all jealous of you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to comment on this? Mayor Barton?
Yeah, I'm going to echo part of what Mayor Foster said. Give thanks to the city of Pickering. Thanks to your council for sharing the revenue on this. We know you didn't have to, and we really appreciate it. So thanks for being excellent partners. And when one of us is successful, we all are. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to speak to this? Councillor Pickles is the mover. Sorry, there you go.
I just wanted to say that the more that Mayor Foster and Mayor Barton spend at the casino, the more we can share.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm just going to smile. Thank you. Okay.
The extra $26.
So on the item, I'm going to call the vote. Okay. Okay, we still have quorum in the room, so okay, thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? Thank you. Back into our agenda. The next item is located on page 46. It's the motion to endorse the TGV in the Quebec-Toronto corridor. You're going to find it on page 46 of your agenda. So, Councillor Miriam Pietri, you're prepared to move with us today? Okay, Councillor Chapman is the seconder. Okay, Councillor Miriam Pietri, the item has been moved and seconded. It's fairly long, and it's been a long day. Did you want to just fill in the gap from whereas Canada is? Maybe even read the bottom part into the record?
I'm actually fine with it just being presented to council. It speaks for itself.
Speaks for itself. Okay. Councillor McDougall.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for bringing this forward.
Before you speak, if you have an intention to do something.
Yep, I'd like to make a motion that for a friendly amendment to add into this for due consideration for Stop and Durham region be requested.
Okay, so on the amendment, seconded by Councillor Miriam Pietri. So the amendment is that the government give consideration to a Stop in Durham. Okay, on the amendment, comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call the vote. All those in favor of the amendment? Okay, on the main motion as amended, all those in favor? Opposed? None. That carries. Okay. Mr. Clerk, we're at unfinished business now. There is no unfinished business announcements. Okay. Councillor Chapman first.
Thank you. The 46th Annual Maple Syrup Festival starts next Friday, the 10th of March. It runs run by Cloca, of course, runs the 10th, 11th, and 12th, and then they take the Monday and Tuesday off, and it runs the rest of the week from Wednesday to Sunday of the March break, and then again on the weekend of the 25th, 26th of March, and the 1st and 2nd of April. Each Saturday, this is not free, not like he's not here, right? Each Saturday at the festival, the Oshawa Museum will be set up in Aunt Penny's cabin, and on the Sunday, Scugog Shores Museum will be showcased in the cabin. On March 25th and 26th, Hopper Creek Wildlife Reserve Rescue will be set up on site with some of its animals. It opens at 9:30 in the morning, goes to 2:30 in the afternoon. You can see how they tap the trees. It's great for the kids. It's $8 tax included. Children 2 and younger are free. You have pancakes and sausages. And if any counselors want to come out and assist, you don't have to cook pancakes because food handling stuff, we have somebody to do that. But to help pass out the syrup or the coffee or help clean up, by all means be there. I will be there on the 25th and 26th. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now, maple syrup is a big thing, and the Maple Syrup Festival also takes place. I'm going from memory, though, but I believe it's April 2nd in Sunderland. If you get a chance, it's a pretty amazing event as well. Councillor Miriam Pietri.
Mr. Chair, Councillor Chapman covered it. I wanted to make sure that it was widely known for anyone that was interested in our region that there is a lot of activity in our region. There's a lot of growth, and you probably wouldn't guess, but we have some of the the best maple syrup in the country. We've got a sugar bush up in North Oshawa that's producing that maple syrup for that festival, and we look forward to seeing families of all ages there as we saw pre-pandemic. So I want to thank also the Rotary Club who come together and help counselors and volunteers alike to flip pancakes, and I look forward to being there. It'll be a great time for everyone. Anyone interested, again, as Councillor Chapman indicated, the Central Lake Ontario Conservation Authority has a website. On it, you'll find the Purple Woods Maple Syrup Festival. You'll be able to get the costs, the dates, and it is something locally that garners a lot of attention throughout the GTA, and even some international guests have been known to show up and enjoy our local event. So I look forward to seeing as many. And I will say, though, that we encourage people to go on the site and get their tickets because they're very limited when you do get to the event and expect to get them at the site. So if you pre-reserve online, you'll have a better chance of being able to access the festival. But it's atop of the city of Oshawa, on the ridges. Simcoe Street North is how you get there, and we look forward to seeing everyone there.
Okay, thank you. Councillor John Neal.
No, yeah, I just wanted to mention that I did mention earlier that Mr. Ron Wary passed away, and that family's been in the north part of Oshawa a long time. The Wary family, in regards to one of the pioneer families in farming and dairy farming and so on. So I just want to let this council know that when Zach was speaking, I like I mentioned again, I thought I'd better mention it again now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Chapman, while you're on the topic of pancakes, could you mention the third Saturday of every month, the pancakes that are available at the Air Force Association?
I don't know when the next one is.
Okay.
I just wanted to turn on the
Great. I forgot to mention, and I wanted to thank those regional councillors and yourself that sponsored me for the coldest night of the year. And by the way, I've been participating in this for about the last 12 years, and that was probably the coldest night of the year that I've walked because all the other ones were warm. I know Mayor Barton was at the North House one up in Uxbridge, and it was successful. They surpassed their goal. I'm not quite sure by how much, but in Oshawa, we made 118% of our goal. $158,000 was raised by the refuge. I want to thank you, Mr. Chair,
We sort of goaded him in, and he came along easily. He gave $1 for every walker that was there. He didn't take my advice when I said there was 1,500 walkers, but he paid the $700 for the walkers that showed up. And thanks to the people that sponsored me, I actually came in third. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to point out that next week on March 8th, Hindus across the world in Durham region will be celebrating the Festival of Holi, which signifies the triumph of good over evil. Just want to, if anyone is available on this Sunday at the Audley Rec Center, our Hindu temple, the Sankat Mokan Hanuman Mandir, will be having a celebration from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. at the Audley Rec Center. All are invited. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Shahid.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, I'd like to gladly announce that Project Ramadan will be happening for the first time in Whitby at Hayden Shore Pavilion. A little bit about Project Ramadan. It will be happening on March 25th around 10:30. Project Ramadan was established in 2009 as a non-profit initiative under Muslim Welfare Center. Project Ramadan's mission is simple. We fundraise, assemble, and distribute baskets containing staple food items during the holy month of Ramadan, which will be starting from March 26th until sometime March 22nd or 23rd. And we will be distributing all of the bags packed in Whitby within Durham region. So I do encourage all of the members of council here to come join us and be a part of this celebration of not only Ramadan, but packing the food baskets and for it to be going within Durham region to known organizations who can help us distribute to the needy. Thank you.
Thank you. Members of council, the next item on the Councillor Wu.
Yeah, my apologies, Chair. I thought I did hit the button, but it seemed like long ago that we just acknowledged the success of the Ontario Parasport Games here in Durham region. And coming up, the Law Enforcement Torch Run for Special Olympics Ontario is celebrating its 36th year. And Durham Regional Police Service is a long-standing supporter. And the Ontario Association of Chiefs of Police makes Special Olympics its charity of choice. One of the events on the calendar is the Polar Bear Plunge. It's the third annual, tomorrow, March 2nd. It's Councillor Chapman talking about the coldest night of the year. I think this might be a little colder. So it's freezing for a reason. It's held tomorrow at the Chestnut Hill Developments Recreation Complex. Registration at 10, plunge is 11. What can I say? Plunge at 11, it's over at 11. 01. Yes, I'm jumping. So, I've been called Chili Willie, but somehow some people have called me George. I don't know where the George comes from. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wu. That moves us on, Mr. Clerk, to bylaws. Mayor Ash, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's moved by myself and a second by Councillor Chapman that bylaw number 09-2023 be passed.
Okay, members of council, on the item, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? In opposition? Seeing none, that carries. Mayor Ash?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's moved by myself, also second by Councillor Chapman, that bylaw number 1023 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the Regional Municipality of Durham at their meeting held on the first day of March 2023 be passed.
Okay. On the item, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Mr. Clerk, that concludes the business of the day. So I'm looking to thank you, Councillor Shahid, for a motion to adjourn, seconded by Councillor Mulcahy. On adjournment, we'll call the vote. Okay, all those in favor? In opposition? Seeing none, that carries. I wish you all a wonderful, safe day.